doors open, kids find a safe space. That three gaming doc fights the grind each day. From the joystick low to the streets ballet. She's the voice that echoes the restless hum. Hardcore hero where the city drums. And dreams are bred. The city roars, but her wheels still roll. Streaming at night with a fierce heart soul. That three gaming dog fights the grind each day. From the joystick low to the streets ballet. She's the voice that echoes the restless hum. Hardcore hero where the city drums. Cheer when her streams go live. Green glow shining, she makes them thrive. Kids in the morning don't see her night. She hides battles fought by screens, strange light. Driving their futures down bustling streets, filling small lives with the simple beats. She carries their dreams while chasing her own. Walking roads never leave her alone. With her fierce heart soul, they laugh, they cheer when her streams go live. Green glow shining, she makes them thrive. Kids in the morning don't see her night. She hides battles fought by screens, strange light. Driving their futures down bustling streets, filling small lives with the simple beats. She carries their dreams while chasing her own. Winding roads never leave her alone.
Well, greetings gamers! This is Dr. Eileen, the Gaming Doc, and this is your place and your space to laugh, to chat, to chill, to hang out, to take a moment, to take a break, to take a breath, and say the weekend is almost over. And for those of you who had to work the weekend, thank you for taking your mission on. And for those of you who got a chance to relax a little bit, does it seem short? Is it just me? But, and good morning to my favorite Pally Allie. Hello, my dear. What is up? What is happening? How is your Sunday? What's the haps? I hope you're walking gently with the world, and the world is walking gently with you. And speaking of walking gently with you, we have Dr. Haiku, one of my favorite fist bump high five fellow doctor, and who is an absolute delight. Lurking Psyduck, my favorite Pokemon. I'm starting to wonder if we'll have a weekend without rain soon. Marauder 420 Marauder, the one Marauder who always steals our hearts. Namaste, Doc. Namaste, my dear. It is so lovely to see y'all here. And however, now that we have them, we have our first 3 champions across the gate, our Olympic champions, coming in for the gold. My Pally Allie is coming in for the silver. Dr. Haiku with a wave. And coming in with the bronze, my very own favorite Pokemon, Lurking Psyduck. Champions, take your places on your risers, wrap yourselves in your national flags as we play your national anthems. And in the immortal words of Socrates, I drank what? Dr. Haiku, please put that in inspiring thoughts because I love that. I drank what? And Google Socrates if that doesn't make sense to you. My Sunday's been good. Sadly got sunburnt yesterday. Oh, goodness. Okay, Allie, my dear, I've got one word for you. Noxzema. Okay, Noxzema, it's like a cleansing cream, but it is the absolute best thing to put on a sunburn. It immediately cools, it moisturizes, and the skin heals faster. Not sponsored, but just a big fan. We replaced 2 trees in our yard yesterday and worked in our garden. Oh, well, if there's anybody who should have been gotten sunburned, Noxzema for you too. Dr. Haiku, lol. My Sunday just started. I seriously woke up like 10 minutes ago. Well, if you replace 2 trees in your yard, oh my gosh, it doesn't surprise me that you're just waking up. Per this immortal ginger, yes. Hey, much love for the gingers. I love a good ginger. I mean, it's like, and I had my beautiful, wonderful Sam was an unusual version of a Queensland healer, which is a ginger healer. So, gingers have a very special, warm place in my heart. I have to do my revision because it's my assessment tomorrow. Like Millie, 1, 2, 3. Well, you are just going to be amazing. Oh my gosh, why the sad face? Your assessment is going to be that they are all so lucky to have you there, and they realize the gratitude that they should feel just by having your grace bless the entire place. It is, oh goodness. And K Cartel rating with a party of 1. Party of 1, your table is ready. Welcome in, my dear. That is so lovely to see you. Oh, thank you so much. I'm telling you. I mean, if anything, they should be going, how can we keep you happy so you don't leave and take all the light and brightness and beauty out of this place? I mean, you should be assessing them. It's like, hey, you need to treat royalty like royalty. Immortal Ginger sounds like an unlikely superhero name, or perhaps a punk band name. Okay, Immortal Ginger. What could that? Okay, I'd say, and okay, I'm from California. A brand of weed. Go with me on this. For some reason, that was the first thing. And yes, I was a teenager in the 60s. Oh, no, I was a teenager in the 70s, a child of the 60s. So, yeah, there were a lot of unusual names. But oddly enough, and, it's not like I partake, but Immortal Ginger immediately struck me as a brand of weed that is like that absolutely wonderful, slightly spicy, but gives you that glow feeling. Sorry for the fire alarm beeps if you heard them. Changed battery and tested it. No problem at all. My wonderful, my beloved, my adorable Jay Stun Z, who is the King of New York, the reigning monarch of Staten Island. I will hear no argument to the opposite. Who is my OBJ Stun Zobi in all things Staten Island, all things bus driving, all things pizza, all things, hoagies, all things bagels, all things, just all things. So it is, and one of my moderator supremes. Fair lol. It's yes, Marauder. For some reason, my brain went there. Californian, I'm old, deal with it. Anyway. So it is, it really, oh, you rated twice with a party 1. Yay! Oh, wait a minute. We forgot something. I'm glad you did it again. I'm glad you did it again because we forgot. Yes! I'm glad that you did that twice because I totally missed it. Y'all need to keep track of me. I'm old. I forget things. My weekend was actually very cool. Yesterday we had another play rehearsal, and and that is why I came to New York, was to act. And I've been doing, I've done some, productions here on Staten Island, and the director I'm working with is tremendously happy with my work. And there's a real opportunity that this could lead to some bigger things, and I do it because I love it, and I'm very excited for it. And on Friday, I got a chance to go and see a Mets game over at City Fields, and I was invited. It was, kind of a group from work, and it was a very short list, and I ended up driving one of the vans to go there. And I had never driven one of the vans before. I had never driven, it's like I'd always driven the big buses. So I was kind of actually nervous about going from a big bus to a small van. But I did good. And I am now a fan. My next route, I may see if I can get a van route, because those are actually kind of cool to drive. You don't have as much visibility. But anyway, we went over there. We got to be in one of those big fancy schmancy Englishing fancy schmancy suites. I mean, this was one of those suites that people walked by, looked in the open door, and said, "Wow, that's nice." Who also had suites, but it was a lot of fun. I don't know anything about baseball, but it was nice cheering with the group. It was supposed to thunder that night. It didn't, and the Mets won. Yes. So, let's see. Hello, Fire Nutter, Captain Firebeard. Ads, oof. Back. Ads again. We'll wait for you, sweetheart. We'll wait for you. But yeah, and for anybody connected to anything that relates to schools, especially, elementary, middle, and junior high school, we are 3 weeks away from the end of the school year, which I had no idea it would go this fast. I mean, it was like last year I had just started being a driver, but this year it just seems like, wow, this is, by the way, I did a little Discord cleanup and deleted messages that were in the wrong places. Thank you, Jay. Oh my goodness, that is so sweet of you. Thank you. See, I need somebody to keep an eye on me and tidy up when I'm not paying attention. Thank you so much, Jay. And oh, if you and your mom are thinking about maybe heading out today, you know, just let me know, and please tell them I said hi. So anyway, but it's been a good weekend, and we've still got a little bit of it left. We've still got a little bit of the weekend left. So don't we got to make the most of it? We have to, we have to figure out what we're going to do to take care of ourselves, to nurture ourselves, to give that, it's like, what? You work hard, and I don't care what it is you do. I don't care if you stay home. Life can be hard sometimes. And whatever it is you're doing, you're working really hard. And I'm proud of you for that. And, in the Sunday scaries. Oh, the Sunday scaries. Ooh. I mean, before you know it, it'll be Halloween, and we've got to decide what we're doing for Halloween. That's a thing. We need to do a thing. Maybe, should I tell scary stories on Halloween? Should I, and I know it's like, why is she thinking about Halloween? I don't know. But it is, it's exciting to see the year, because, once the summer hits, it seems like that goes like that. Then the kids are back in school. And then, before we know it, I know why I'm thinking about Halloween. I've got this little thing that one of the kids gave me. It's a Halloween trick or treat, but it's a black kitty with green eyes. Oh, it's Sunday laundry. Yes. I'm back. Anyhow, in other news, I did a mass pack opening on a Roblox Yu-Gi-Oh game, and it was like 10 of each bundle, ooh, which is like 100 cards each. If I did 10 of each bundle, I was off a few cards, but that's okay. I can always buy a few extra on the few I was missing to make up for the difference in the point. It was like me carpet bombing Yu-Gi-Oh packets. That sounds so fun. Yes, Sunday's my laundry day too. So, right, I fear not, lol. Fear not, fear nothing. So, and however, what is next week holding for you guys? Guys, gals, and in between pals. Everybody. What is it that you're looking forward to next week? What is it that you're a little bit hesitant about next week? We had our lovely like Millie talking about an assessment, and and I'm serious. When anytime if you're doing an interview, if you're getting reviewed, it's very easy to feel nervous because we automatically start focusing on it's like, okay, what am I going to hear about me not being enough? The thing is, first off, you know, you may get an excellent review. Second, that is also your opportunity to review the reviewers, to review your company. If there is something that you're kind of like, I was just thinking about this. Maybe you've got a suggestion for something working a little better. And say, you know what, I've been observing this, and if it's okay, I'd like to offer a suggestion that might help streamline this particular area or might help raise morale. I've got some ideas. And that sort of thing usually impresses. That sort of thing is like, oh, really? When people know you're paying attention. And it's like, when people go into job interviews, they come and like, oh God, please hire me, please hire me, please hire me. But the thing is, you're interviewing them. You're evaluating them to figure out if they are the correct fit for you. And it's always good to come in with a few questions. It's like, you know what? I've done, looking at a lot of the research on your company, and I'm really loving the fact that XYZ is happening, and, the prospects are really good, and this, but, it's like, I just had a couple of questions, about whatever. But, the thing is, whenever you are in a situation where you feel like you might be judged, one thing that you can try doing is, playing a little pretend in your mind. Pretend that you're evaluating them. Picture them being nervous about the idea of facing your comments. And it's amazing because our brains have an absolutely amazing capacity to play pretend. And as we've discussed before, your brain, from a biochemical viewpoint, does not treat a memory or even a standard thought any differently than it would treat something really happening. Which is why, if you think of an old time that you were either very angry or very embarrassed, your brain will immediately kick in, oh, we need to create that. You feel angry again, as if it's happening then. And even if it's just for a split second, the brain's first automatic thing is to treat any thought as if it's happening now. So if you think to yourself, it's like, you know what? I am interviewing them, and I've got some questions, and they need to answer those questions correctly. That sense of empowerment, your brain will kick in and go, oh, we are in a power position. And that is the chemistry that your brain releases. It is, it's like endorphins and, being able to feel that sense of empowerment. Because feeling powerful is an adrenaline response. So there's lots of ways that we can trick ourselves into doing that, especially going into situations where we're a little bit nervous and we feel a little bit vulnerable, because that is a part of interviewing and, meeting somebody for the first time, asking someone out for the first time, whatever. these are all points. The one thing they have in common is there's a vulnerability to it. And it doesn't matter. Maybe you're going into a stream for the first time. And yeah, and that can be a little bit like, oh wow, are they going to accept me? Oh, what is the streamer gonna say when I come in? Are they gonna say hi back? Are they gonna make fun of my name, or are the other people gonna be nice? There's a little bit of that happens even when you're coming into a new stream. But believe me, if you are like hanging out, kind of lurking and watching, everybody's very nice here. So, you can come on in. I also got the hookup on a different Roblox game and got a pet and some bonuses on a lawn mowing simulator. Nice! The pet is always 10% better than my best pet, so it means I never need to worry about a pet slot. So far, I throw in some feedback and they say they look into it. Fire Nutter, you who are going to become a reviewer. Oh my gosh, a game reviewer. That would be so cool. Nikki! Duck, 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 duck. Yes, Nikki AD. How are you, my dear? It's been a hot minute. Oh my goodness, how have you been? What was that old adage? Just picture everyone in the room is naked. Lol, not for the faint of heart. It's like, really, really, really. Funny story that goes with that. And the best part is it's a Dominus pet that's golden. Nice. I have some fantastic news. It must be the news I ordered. Coincidentally, I actually feel quite empowered myself by the situation. I switched to a Linux distro, Mint specifically. It's my first time using Linux. That is so cool. You don't know how many years I call that Linux because of like Linus and Charlie Brown. But OMG, I just got my nephew's coming today. Yes! Oh, that's so sweet. That's so happy. Nods, nods. Oh, Nikki. Big brain. Good for you. Yeah, and of course, you should feel empowered. You are absolutely awesome. And, oh, Dr. Haiku. Okay. Here is a little known doc story. Gather around, children. One thing that most people do not know about me. This is going to be a little bit of sharing Sunday. The doc spent an entire weekend at a nudist camp. And it was such an interesting, because Dr. Haiku, that phrase, it's like, well, if you're feeling nervous, picture everyone naked, but what if everyone actually is naked? So I spent the weekend, one of my patients took me to a clothing optional retreat. And when I say clothing optional, nobody chose that option. So, I mean, I was a little bit heavier. I was very self-conscious. And my first thought was to say, no. But then that little thought that comes into each one of our heads that says, oh, wait a minute, wait, let's think about this. Let's think about this. This is something you've never done. We got to try this. So I agreed, and she drove me up. It was up near like Napa, which is up in the wine country and stuff. Lovely little place. We pull in, and there were these like campsites, and we were staying at a campsite, and she found a lovely little one. And I mean, it's like, at least I didn't have to worry about what to pack to wear. So I had like a sarong. And so I wrapped that around me, and she said, look, everybody is cool. Nobody is going to give you a bad time. Nobody's going to say anything if you kind of have to go into, that comfort. I know this is very different, as she's standing there buck naked. She goes, I know it takes time to do this. And she had a sarong, but it was like around her neck. So she wanted me to meet one of her friends. So off I go to meet her friend. The first thing her friend says to me is, why are you wearing clothing? And I'm like, uh, and she immediately apologized, saying, like, my patient gave her this like, and she goes, "Oh, it's your first time here. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." So, eventually I worked to the point where, I'm walking around. And so, I kind of took the sarong and tied it around my face. So I was clothing optional from the waist up. But a weird thing happened. After a while, it was just like, I mean, maybe it's immersion, but you just kind of, and I do think that because we're wired as pack animals, we tend to be able to resonate at our surrounding. And because everybody around me was, au natural, after a while, by resonating with them, I started feeling more comfortable. And I thought, wait a minute. And in looking around, it's like, ain't no supermodels here. Everybody just has everyday normal bodies. And I reminded myself, it's like, and I'm a doctor. Why am I hung up on a human body? So I spent the rest of an absolutely lovely weekend, and I just draped my sarong across my shoulders, just because, like when you sit down, it's a good idea to have something there. So basically, it was only used for sitting. But that was really an amazing experience because, without clothing, nobody knows anybody's social status. Everybody sees you exactly for who and what you are. And I'll catch up with the chat in just a minute, but my favorite experience while I was there, we were over by the pool, and this man and this woman show up. Now, they have rules about, like, no adult activity out in the common areas. And this was all adults. But no adult activity in in the areas. But people had their hands, they were around each other's waists and stuff like that. This couple walks in. I don't think either one of them was less than, say, 350 pounds. The guy was bigger than the woman, but they were both very big. And out they come, au natural. And as soon as they walked in, now these two were regulars there. I mean, it was obvious because they walked out as if they were the most beautiful couple there. You know, she had, he had his arm out and she had her arm draped around his. And they walked in, they made an entrance. And people are like, hey, how you doing? And the guy's like, waving as if he's like a movie star. And the woman was walking by, and they were also older. And, people are saying stuff to her, and she's like, oh, and they're walking along absolutely fully empowered. And, they found, I guess it was like their spot, and they just sat there, and they looked at each other with such, not just love, but passionately. And it's like, oh, they're going to be going somewhere private probably pretty soon. And he's putting lotion on her back, she's putting lotion on his back. Yeah, I mean, it was all still PG-13, but their friendliness, and he looked at her as if she was the most beautiful woman in the world, and she looked at him as if he was the most beautiful man. And these were two people that most people would probably walk by, and it's like, or make some kind of comment about their weight or their age or something like that. But I don't think I've ever seen two people more in love with each other and with life. And I think that was like the real moment when I just said, you know what? I want that. I want to feel that sense of freedom. And these were two people who were absolutely not just comfortable in their bodies, but celebrating them. And yes, that was my weekend at a clothing optional retreat. Now let's get caught up with the chat, shall we? I also avoided a big pitfall after deciding to dual boot Windows on a second drive. I installed them on different hard drives, and that protects Linux from getting erased by Windows on update. Fist bump, high five. Very smart. We went too far in that doc lore. You're much braver than I would ever be. Also, more on the topic at hand. I one time had a dream where I was going to work, and just as I was about to go inside, I realized I was wearing nothing but my undergarments. It was a cliche dream. Oh my God, Nikki, I have had this. Walking out into this experience was literally like reliving every time I ever dreamed that. But, and I'm sure they were lovely undergarments. I also found they made How to Train Your Dragon game on Roblox that officials, and OMG, it's jaw dropping. I cried from how happy I was because it was like the home away from home, even though it was for the movie remake that will be out, live actors, realistic looking dragons. That's awesome. Hey, Iron Eagle. Hey, everybody. Hello, hello, Iron Eagle, my eagle of iron. Just watch out for splinters. Why, yes, there was, I mean, this place was very, very well maintained, and it was interesting because there was a fire that was up there that had taken out a lot of it, and they went into the process of rebuilding. And I mean, it didn't all burn, but there was a lot of it that did, and it was just so amazing to see, like communities come out, and people were supporting them rebuilding it. And they had a lot of support because people were saying it was one of the few places where you could go, be absolutely real, and be absolutely respected and accepted. So, but yes, splinters. And some of those benches were old. They did say it's like, well, the good thing in this is we're getting a chance to replace all of the older benches so people didn't have to look out for splinters so much. Look in Mook game recommendations for Roblox game recommendation. Cool. When I had that dream, I had an interesting reaction. I decided, well, this is happening. And I walked in like I own the place. Nikki, fist bump, high five. Your assessment is going to go amazing. Oh my gosh. See, with that kind of energy, yes, that is that carpe diem. Like, well, this is a thing. This is happening. A variation of the office siren look. Oh, that is, I mean, well, this is happening. I'm so proud of you, Nikki. That is wonderful. And see, from, like when they study, people who study dreams, and, years ago I used to do like dream analysis and things like that. And that delights me to no end because that speaks to a personality that has reached a place of accepting what is, and literally, well, this is happening, and still being in your own authority. See, that is such a good sign, like from your subconscious, that there's nothing that can scare you. Because one of the things that that scares a lot of people the most is that sense of vulnerability, because usually that's what, going someplace, realizing you're naked, that you're exposed, and that usually creates anxiety. When you go into that in your subconscious and it presents that, because see, the thing is, even though your subconscious presented it, you still had choice. And that's what you chose. You chose empowerment, which means that is a fundamental part of your subconscious, which, yay, book movie. I can't type today. I'm just so excited for my nephew. Oh, that is so fun. How old is your nephew now? I haven't had any updates yet on kicking my family's butt. Well, you know what, sweetheart? If you can, that can wait. If it happens, it happens. But the thing is that the fact that you took your power back, anything else is just icing on the cake. But you took your power back, and the most amazing, wonderful thing you did was that you made a conscious choice that they no longer would be given the power to turn you into someone like them and to make you reactive as opposed to choosing action. And, that really is amazing. That's an interesting viewpoint. Thank you. You're welcome. I forgot how old he is, but I can imagine she's sharp as a tack for his age. Already got on about space and dinosaurs like a pro. Oh my goodness. It sounds like you're going to be having a wonderful conversation about space and dinosaurs. Hey, maybe you can get him into Yu-Gi-Oh! So, but yeah, dreams, it's a way of our subconscious helping us work through stuff. Now, sometimes it helps us work through stuff by creating fearful situations that we still, because the thing is, even in a dream, you still have choice. And one of the steps of lucid dreaming is when you create that conscious choice where it's like, let's say you're running from something that frightens you. You go into choice and you begin that step into lucid dreaming when you stop running and go, wait a minute, I'm not running, I'm turning around and facing it. And in almost every case, the thing that we fear, because we don't know what it is, or there's some mysterious aspect to it, when we face it, it automatically empowers us, disempowers that image. And, and I've always believed that there was that part of our brains that are connected to that higher self that is teaching us how to become our higher self. And it's in the choices we make, and it's in the things we choose to learn, and how extensive we make our emotional toolkit and the ways that we empower. So it's almost like, when you have a bad dream or when you're faced with something that scares you, it is your subconscious trying to help you move past it so that you can become that higher self. Because I do believe we all have that higher self within us. And it does everything it can to help us become that, to embody that, where that is what we are and what we recognize ourselves to be. And I also firmly believe that not every dream is a dream. Not every dream is just a subconscious play being put on. I do firmly believe, and I have, for me, I have proof that, and I used to just call them not dreams, because it is in an alternate reality, but it's real. It's happening. There's an aspect of my consciousness that it is existing outside of the normal realm of reality. And I've had beings tell me things in that state that, like, within a couple of days, it came true. It wasn't deja vu. It was like, okay, this is going to happen in 3 days, so be ready for it. And it happened exactly as I was told. That's not a dream. If you have a dream that first off, it has a really weird sense of reality to it while you're in the dream state. Now, I do lucid dream. As soon as something's coming up, it's like, oh, okay, right. And when you can lucid dream and not wake up, the world is yours. You can do anything. And practicing that, but and a part of lucid dreaming to me is that aspect of, there may be some messages coming in. There may be something that, information that I'm going to be given, and especially like if you dream something and that dream stays with you in a weird way all day. It's like you just can't shake it. That, have you ever had a dream that just kind of stuck with you for a really weird reason? It's like, I know that there's something to this, but I can't quite figure out what yet. Let's see. To have self-confidence is to trust in one's own abilities and judgment. It is the foundation of success and happiness. 2 inspiring thoughts with that. Nemo! We are finding Nemo! Nemo Toady to be full. Hello, it's been a while. Hope everyone is doing all right. Oh my goodness, great balls of fire. Nemo, how are you? Oh, it's been so long. What is up? What is happening? I believe in visitation dreams. 100%. You know, sorry for grossed out by nose blowing, but we're kind of in between rain and, rain and summer. And those just wreak havoc, fills my sinuses with nonsense. I believe the dead can visit us in our dreams. I don't want to get religious, but I do believe there's someone beyond death, because one time I had a dream that wasn't chaotic, it was cohesive. My late doggo visited me. When he passed, he was very weak, but he was spry as a puppy, super happy to see me, and and as dirty and mud covered as you can imagine. Yes, he was healthy, he was happy, and I'm sure he was telling me he'd wait for me. That is so cool. And yes, our four-legged, winged, scaled, slithering, whatever friends, family, they're there too. And I actually had, my sister had passed, and it was sometime later, and I was still grieving and, working with my mom and my sister's children. And one day I had a dream that my sister was there, and it immediately felt like, okay, this is not a dream. And so I told her how angry I was at her. And I told her that I was upset that she left and she was the strong one. And it would have been better if it was me. And, but I was just, and she understood. She understood I was just like venting and hurting and overwhelmed. And she nodded. She said, okay, I understand. And I didn't choose it. I was like, I know, I know. And she said, but there's something you need to know. She told me that in 3 days, my mother would tell me that she also had breast cancer. And she said, and I remember it so clearly, she said, I want you to remember something. First, she's going to be okay with you. Then she's going to be okay with me. And I woke up, and exactly 3 days later, my mother told me. And I just kept remembering, first she'll be okay with you, then she'll be okay with me. So, and I've dealt with, as some of you know, I'm also a medicine woman. I mean, I got a lot of hats. And so I do deal in spiritual realms. And yep, they are real. Do not think that what is hard for you to master is humanly impossible. If it's humanly possible, consider it to be within your reach. Inspiring thoughts. We're going to have to open up a whole section just for you. I'll admit, though, I've been having a weird dream. Well, apparently this is dream day. Dreams can be a powerful tool. Exactly. I've not been well. Oh, sorry, sweetheart. Had a lot of loss recently. I'm trying to heal from that. But other than that, I'm trying to get all my ducks in a row to save for uni. Oh, my goodness. Well, first off, they're going to be so lucky to have you. Second, I am so very sorry. This has been a difficult time. And if you want to talk about it, feel free to. And, but we are here to support you, to be here for you, and you are amazing. And, there's a saying, tough times don't last, tough people do. Also, the ones I like is, it takes a lot of pressure to make a diamond. And you are, in fact, a diamond in the making. And the finest steel is forged in the hottest fire. And as always, life is fun until it isn't, and it sucks until it doesn't. But, in my dream, in a park that feels familiar, and a person walks past me and says to me, the truth will out and you shall be free. Okay, so immediately, Iron Eagle, I see that as not a dream. That type of thing. I mean, the immediate vibe that I get, that's not a dream. That is a very specific message. and the fact that you're in a park, you're in some place that feels familiar. And usually that's one of the signs. It's like, wait a minute, I've been here before, or this feels familiar. And that to me is usually like when I experience that, it's like, okay, I'm experiencing another one of my lifetimes. Because, I'm one of those who believes that time is not linear, that all times are occurring at the same time, which means that there's no such thing as a past life. It's like past, present, and future are all happening at once. You just have lifetimes that are in different realms of reality or in different timelines. So, the truth will out and you shall be free. I would say that that is a very specific message. That's not a dream, sweetheart. Not in my opinion. That's not a dream. The vibe I get from it, everything, that is a message. And it may be the whole message. It may be that as you progress and move through, you'll get more of a message. But no, that's not a dream, hun. The loss has brought our family and surprising community together, so it's not all bad. You know what? There's light and shadow in everything. And it's sad that sometimes it requires a loss to have people see the world in a bigger way. But, and I'm very glad. 100% real, exactly. Sorry to hear that. I relate. Yeah. Never let the future disturb you. You will meet it if you have to with the same weapons of reason. With today arm you against the present. Inspiring thoughts. Thank you. And Dr. Ahiku, I'm sorry you can relate. All the support and love your way. Exactly. No worries, mate. You'll get through it. This too shall pass. As opposed to, you shall not pass unless you're this, because this too shall pass. Gandalf joke. Fine. I blame my sinuses. Anyway, but yeah, it is very, the mind is an amazing thing. And quite honestly, having actually held one in my hands, gotta love the cadaver lab, and studying brain anatomy and all of that. And it's like we can name all the physical pieces of the brain, but we still really don't know what all of the brain does or entirely how it works. And there have been cases of people who experience like a traumatic brain injury and end up speaking like absolutely perfectly another language. And they don't know why that happens. It's like, there was, I remember, I think it was a story about a woman who had a brain injury. And when she came to, she only spoke German. And there was no German in her, nobody in her family was German. So the only thing I could think is that brain injury caused her to, you know, clamp on to a different life experience, one of her other lifetimes where she was German. Maybe it was in the past, maybe it was in the future. So, but it's like, there are people who, it's interesting that when something happens to the brain, very interesting things can happen. So, may I politely ask, without trying to be annoying for Doc, to check out the Discord before my nephew comes in? I'm not sure when I have to. Okay. We will. Let me get Nematode, and then we will go to the Discord, sweetheart. Thank you for your patience. My dad suffered a catastrophic brain injury while I was in the hospital, and after he was taken off life support. Oh, sweetheart. My dog passed the next day. No. My mom gave me his wedding ring, and I have a wish bottle for some of her fur on a necklace. Well, that's sweet. I imagine he's with me watching my life with a box of popcorn, sharing some with my dog since I can't scold him to not share it with her. Oh, yeah. I mean, the people who pass they're close. They're absolutely close. And here we go. Roblox. And this next one's where I got the hookup from the admin. They were so kind. They helped me out a bunch. I figured I'd repay it by recommending them. Oh, that's neat. Bond with your dragon. Toothless! And see, Fire Nutter, you can definitely um cultivate that, and if you become someone that they go, oh wow, this person's really interested in our games, they give us perspectives, they give us opinions on it, you could end up being able to do, like, some of those game reviews, and that would be something that would be perfect for you, because that way you can kind of do it at your own pace, and and you get all kinds of great little freebies from the companies. Look into that, because and it's very cool that you promote them and all of that stuff. Let's see, hold on. So for anybody who wants to go and hang out in the Discord, we have all kinds of stuff, affiliates and storefronts. Yes, that is very cool. So and we have areas to promote yourself, promote your streams. It really is very cool to be able to just interact and share the stuff that you're excited about. Yes, but it is the barrier between realms of reality, in my opinion, are much thinner than most people think. And yes, there are certain times when there is, they call it the thinning of the veil. There's certain celebrations, Halloween being one of them, um, like some of the solstices, and there are certain times when, yes, other realms are more accessible, but ultimately your path is accessible to you. So I think that it's, and especially when we have people pass. I remember once I was dreaming something totally different, and then all of a sudden I was sitting in my father's car. My dad, he when I was young, he had a Mercury Marquis. It was a 1978. No, it was a 1979 Mercury Grand Marquis, so it was big as a boat. And I was having a dream, and I was like, all this other stuff. And then all of a sudden, that dream stopped, and I was sitting in the front seat of that car, and my dad was sitting next to me. And we were parked like somewhere where, we were watching like the sunset or something. And I didn't say anything. And I just said, Dad, what are you doing here? What am I doing here? And he looked at me and he said, I'm here because you needed me. Let's talk. And and my dad and I had a very special relationship, and it was really cool because I felt him, and it was very special. And dealing with spirits, it's not about oh, spooky woo woo. In the vast majority of cases, they're just those who have passed on, but it's a revolving door. They can come back and visit, and they have a connection with that higher wisdom, because sometimes we want to see somebody so much, but that's not what's right for us, because we need to move forward. And if every time you lost somebody, you could call them back and have them there anytime you want, would mean that you would never move on. You would never move through an appropriate grief process and remake your world, because anytime we experience something big, we experience a loss, we experience a big change, the world we knew is gone. And we have to rebuild a new one. And if we could always access those people we lost, it would mean that we'd never get to the point of rebuilding that world to move forward on our own. So I do think that there are times when, I'm sure they're there, but they're very quiet. They don't want you to know that they're there, because they know that you need to do it on your own. You don't need their advice. You're ready. And frankly, I intend to hang out a lot after I transition. Gimme Beans coming in with the southbound end of a northbound unicorn, and it's raining beans. Hallelujah. I also recently got a cat who I named Cersei, and she loves tennis balls and acts a lot like a dog. She's a trouble bubble. We used to have a dog that was more like a cat. He acted like a cat in all things. His it was really weird. It even how he moved was weirdly, and he was a boxer, so a very gruff working dog breed. You know, I want to make him lox and bagels for dumb supper on salad. Good. When jarred unavoidably by circumstance, revert at once to yourself and don't lose the rhythm more than you can help. You'll have a better group of harmony if you keep on going back to it. Into the inspiring thoughts. You are on fire today, Dr. Haiku. Oh my gosh. I mean, you're spitting out gems the whole time. And it is, when I say life is fun till it isn't and it sucks till it doesn't, that part that sucks, that's like, that can suck beyond the telling of it. It can be pretty horrible sometimes. And the stuff we go through can be pretty horrible, even to the point where it's like, I don't see a solution to this. I do not see how I can do this. And keep in mind, when your mind goes to that, and it's like I can't do I'm helpless. I'm never going to work through this. There's no answer here. There's no way out. Think for a moment how many other times in your life you felt that way, and realize that every single one of those times is now a memory. You did get past it. You did get through it. It may not have been pretty and it may not have been how you wanted it to be, but you made it through. See, that's that whole thing of you've made it through 100% of everything that has challenged you, everything you've ever faced. You made it through. And if you can make it through all that, all those worst moments, there's nothing ahead of you that is stronger than you or more powerful than you. It just feels like it. I had a visit from my brother one time after he passed. I opened the door, and at the bottom of the steps in a place I used to live, there was my kids with my brother standing behind them smiling. Well, I broke down and he said, "Sorry, you're not ready yet," and the dream ended. Yeah. We're also planning on celebrating his birthday as his memorial so we don't have him metaphorically leave in sadness. That is a wonderful idea, a celebration. Another time after my father passed, he was a cook for 30 years. I'm walking through a Home Depot and I see him working there. I ask him what he's doing here. We miss him. He goes, "I know, it's okay. I love you all, but I have work to do," and he walked away. Special note about my brother. I was born on February 21st on my mother's 21st birthday. 6 years later, my brother was born on our birthday. Oh, that is so neat. I mean, yeah. It's, and the thing is that when someone passes, they got stuff to do. And time is very different there from here. And we're not supposed to know certain things. We're only supposed to be able to perceive so far, because it's sort of like trying to explain. Let's say, there's a particular food and somebody has never had anything like it. Let's say you met somebody who had never once experienced broccoli, and you try to explain to them what broccoli is and what it tastes like. They're not going to get that until they have broccoli. You cannot really explain it because there's no common point of reference. And dealing with those who have passed, there's aspects of memory, but as far as the experience they're having now, there is no common point of reference. So even if they were to try to explain it, they can't. And it really is about being able to, and it doesn't matter what spiritual path you follow. If you love it, I love it for you. And sometimes people get caught up in that. It's like, well, I believe this and I believe that and I don't believe that and I don't believe this. It's like you can believe or not believe anything you choose. You don't have to believe anything that doesn't resonate with you. And you don't have to defend it. If someone, well, prove to me that, once people pass that they can come back. I can't. I have my personal experiences that prove it to me. And someone said, I said, well, my relatives have never come back. I said, well, maybe they didn't feel welcome. Maybe they figured that it would be more harmful to you to have if you are basing your reality on a particular belief, a very enlightened being will understand that you have that, that you're holding on to for a reason. And maybe it would do you more harm to have your sense of reality shaken. I mean, I know people who go their entire lives who never see a single spirit, never have a paranormal experience, and that's fine. And somebody once said, it's like, well, I feel bad. I wish I could have just one. And I said, well, first off, how do you know you haven't? Well, nothing like what people tell me. I said, yeah, but you could have an experience that's unlike what other people experience. That's their experience. You can relate. And we ended up having a fairly long talk about it. And the person figured, well, maybe I'm having experiences, I just don't know that's what they are. I said, okay, so either you will figure out how to identify them or you won't. And you can just be content in what you believe. You can't try to force yourself to a particular belief system. I mean, I don't believe so. And if you have a particular belief system and it works for you, great. You don't have to defend it. You don't have to, convince other people that you're right or whatever. When someone is truly, truly, truly at peace with something that they believe or some sort of spiritual thing or a practice or whatever, the ones who really own it, they neither have to convince anybody to believe them, nor do they have to convince anybody to believe as they do. They're very quiet about it. It's like, they don't have to preach to anybody. They don't have to convince anybody. They honestly don't care whether you believe them or not. And I've reached that point in my life where it's like I have had enough absolutely amazing experiences that I believe that they are true. And if no one else ever believes it, fine. And if, it's like, a meteorite landing in Africa, and after a 3-day ceremony, it turns out it's for me, even though I had never been there. And once I touched it, I knew it was for me. I knew it was a part of me. And a lot happened with that. But, they'd be, oh, well, how do you know it's a meteorite? And da-da-da-da. It's like, I believe. And they want to, it's like, well, let's experiment on it. It's like, first off, no, you're not going to disrespect a sacred item by experimenting on it. No. Well, I won't believe until I do. I said, then you don't have to. I don't care if you believe or not. You don't have to believe it. You can go along with your life and think I'm crazy. But I feel no need to prove myself to anyone when it comes to that kind of work. Because, was it the saying? For those who believe no proof is necessary, and for those who don't, no proof is sufficient. They will find a way for anything to be fake. And it's like, so why put both of us through that? And I am not going to allow someone to try to do something to a sacred item that means a lot to me. So, it really is. I had someone, I was leading a group about Druidic tradition. And this guy came up to me, and, it was like at the end of the class, everybody got a certificate of completion. And so it was the last class, and he came up to me, asked to speak to me privately before we did the ceremony. And he said, well, I've heard a lot of things about druids. And it's like, yeah. And he said, so I need you to convince me that none of that is true. And he had this weird, almost a smile on his face. And I said, no. And that smile kind of faded. And he goes, well, I said, look, you're grown, you're intelligent. You can do all the research you want. If this is not your path, it doesn't have to be. But it is not my job to prove anything to you, because the nature of a druid is to seek wisdom. So go seek it. If you want to believe things, believe them. But it's not my job to convince you. And he kind of looked at me, and so I said, you don't have to. I said, and it was like, an 8-week thing that we were meeting, and that he waited until that very last minute. And it's like, no, it's not up to me to convince you. It's up to you to convince you. Because if you sign on for this, if you make this a part of your life, I'm not going to be there. So either have it clear in your own head and in your own heart, or, it's been fun and you can leave. And he kind of hesitated, and he goes, well, do I have to leave? I said, no. I said, you can stay. I said, you don't participate in the final ceremony, but you can stay if you want and watch. But no, you need to have this clear in your head, but it's not my job to make it clear for you. And he ended up leaving. And it was like, and everybody was like, oh, I said, well, everybody follows their own path, which is what I really want for all of you, to follow your own path. Each of you is amazing. You have talents and gifts. You're the only you in the universe. More on that later. And as the only you in the universe, the gifts that you have inside of you, only you can share. And if you don't, the entire universe misses, and that would suck. So being able to appreciate yourself, to be able to be in confidence, to be empowered in what you believe, what you think. And yes, we believe what we believe based on what our experience is. 20 years down the line, we might have different experiences that change. I do believe that belief systems are very fluid. And the more we learn, the more we're exposed to in the world, that can alter what we believe, or it enhances it. It's not that it's not true anymore. It's just that from the perspective that we looked at it with the life experience we looked at it with, that was what was true for us. When I see How to Train Your Dragon movies and lore, it's like I want to just go there as a Viking dragon energy. It's something that screams, yes, I love that vibe, especially with Stoics' view on leadership, which his phrase goes, a chief protects their own. And it was gut-wrenching when I see he's no longer in the later movies, not saying why or how, but definitely something I wish had a deeper lore dive in. Well, man, then maybe you can find out. I view the work to do as a way for my mind to interpret his message, which is bigger than our mortal consciousness can understand. Exactly. because a deep enough lore can feel like you've been there to me. Exactly, with the immersion. And I don't know of anything that doesn't. I mean, every comic, every, you've got, I mean, back in my day, in the olden days, when fire was coming right along, dinosaurs still roamed the earth, and the wheel was almost totally round, and I was a child. Our big thing was, and it was during like the big heavy metal stages. The idea was you would listen to an album, and the album told a story without letting you know it was telling a story. And people would sit and talk about what the story was that the album was telling. And, it's like, well, and there was this civilization and this happened and the hero was doing this. So, yeah, it's there is a group that will immerse in anything, and I can almost guarantee that there are people who are very immersed in the How to Train Your Dragon lore. There's no good or bad without us. There is only perception. There is the event itself and the story we tell ourselves about what it means. Ryan Holiday, ding ding ding. And we talk here a lot about, it's not so much the thing we're attached to, but the story we created around it. And being able to understand that we're the ones who created the story. So that means we have the power to change the story we create. If we're going to tell ourselves a story that's based not on what we know, but on what we believe, why not tell yourself a good one? You could just as easily tell yourself a good one. And that good one will make you feel good. It's like, well, what if things go bad? Then at least you had a break from it. At least, you had a little bit less stress in your life. And if things go well, then yay. There's nothing wrong with that. Man is disturbed not by things, but the views he takes on them. Yes. How are you? I'm doing awesome and a little bit better now that you're here. Mixo! Oh my gosh! Goodness gracious, great balls of fire! First off, hydrate. Oh my gosh, folks. This is a very, very, very old and dear friend to the stream, Mixelin. Oh my gosh. I think the last time you were in a stream, I think has it been over a year? Because I think the last time it was just after I moved and I was streaming. I think you came into a stream. Either that or it was right before I moved. How are you, sweetie? How are you doing? Oh my gosh, you must be so much older now. I hurt my ankle, so I have to go. Oh no, I'm sorry, but I love your streams so much. They're always so comforting and good vibes when I can catch them. There's always such interesting and thoughtful discussion. Also, didn't mention, love your braids. The shade of green is so pretty. Yes, my traditional braids, the Doc braids. I'm biased though because brain just brings me to this forest. Abso-freaking-lutely. But bye. Hope everyone has a lovely day/night. Oh, Nematody, you take care, beloved. Oh my goodness. Love you so much. We'll see you next time. It's been a really long time. I'm good. How are you? I'm doing good. I drive a school bus. I moved from the mountains in California to Staten Island, New York. I'm doing theater and, sort of growing, in that industry. Who knows? You guys might see me in something sometime. Take care, Nemo. Absolutely. Oh my goodness. It has been a really long time. Are you still streaming? What is up? We need to know. So, but yeah, it is very much about what we want to do with the reality that we have. And how much of that reality is what we know and how much is what we believe. And sometimes people can get very confused. They feel very certain that what they believe is what they know, as in a fact. And I know for me, there have been plenty of times where I was missing a vital piece of information that changed my entire perspective on something. And, and I'd be willing to bet there may have been a few of you who have experienced something similar, where you are certain that you know all the facts and all of this stuff, and you make a decision or you take an action, and then all of a sudden you get more information, and it's like, ooh, that changes everything. I think that changes stuff. And it's not right or wrong, because we're making a decision based on what we know in that moment. And maybe, when, the older I've gotten, the more that I have accepted that, it's like I almost never know as much about something as I think I do. And I can be comfortable in that. I don't see that as a weakness, because it's just I don't know it yet. And so when I look at things from the viewpoint of a learning experience, it's like, okay, ego checked at the door. I want to learn. And with acting, I've been told that I am actually pretty good. And, there's certain ways that I see about, how I'd like to play a character. If the director wants me to play that character differently, I play it differently. I play it the way they need me to play it. I'm not going to argue. Now, there may be cases where I can go up and say, well, you know what? I was kind of getting a feel for the character in this way. And, and usually a good director will listen to an actor, go, well, okay. If it doesn't line up with their vision at all, they'll tell you. And they'll say, well, I appreciate that, but this is how I would really like to see this play through for a particular reason. And, and it's like, okay, well, thank you for hearing me out. Now, my director, who is absolutely awesome, his name's Joe, and I'm a part of the Seaview Playwright Theater. They're on Facebook. And he will always, whenever he's, giving anybody, it's called giving notes. Whenever he wants to give notes, which is basically he wants either more or less in a particular scene from a particular actor and how they're doing it, he always starts off with, you're doing great. Every time he starts off with, you're doing great. And then he'll say, I want you to think about the character and where they're at. And one of the best, it's like getting free acting classes. And one of the most mind-blowing things that he told me, or, he said it to the group, he said, look, I don't want you to perform this as someone who has read the script. You know how all this works out, but your character doesn't. I want you to see you play the character who doesn't know how it's all going to end. And it was like mind blown. And, and I take care of all that. I take it in. I definitely take it in. Rarely, but I'm starting again in a bit. Really? Well, make sure that you're posting it over in Discord. Reminds me of a quote about the easy path in life. Crap, now I need to find it. Find it. We all need to know it. You come up with the best stuff. And it really is about always seeing yourself as an opportunity to learn. You don't have to learn new things, you get to. I don't have to, learn how to drive a bus to the best of my ability. I get to, because it's a part of a job that I feel very blessed to have. Which is actually very funny, because I'm posting on TikTok now, and and I was doing like this midday power hour where I literally come in during my lunch and stream for 1 hour, that 1 hour I have to spare between, dropping the kids off at school in the morning, going back, doing janitorial work, because I'm also the janitor for my company. I come back here, I stream, then I go and pick up the kids in the afternoon, then I take them, drop them off at home, then go back to the office, do some more cleaning, and then end my day. So I post during that time, and yes, I'm in uniform. And the president and owner of the company said, "Hey, I saw you on TikTok." And I froze. It's like, And he goes, "I didn't know we had a big shot influence in here." And it's like, no, I'm not a big shot. I just, But he did say, he goes, you say a lot of nice things about being a driver. He said, you say a lot of really good things. And, the fact that I do believe in the kids and that, and I see part of my job as helping them to grow into the beings that they can be. And maybe even if it's just offering them a little bit of encouragement that, I may be the first person that morning to tell them, "Hey, good morning. It's good to see you." And, kind of get them settled before they go into school. And then when they come out of school, it's like maybe they had a bad day. I have a kindergartner who will get on my bus. "I did not have a good day." And it's like, okay, hon, you can tell me about it. But instead of going and fighting with other kids and being aggravating, he's learned that I will listen to him. It takes me about like 25 minutes to get to his stop. But in that 25 minutes, he'll explain to me, and I will tell him, it's like, "You know what? I am so proud of you. You are using your words wonderfully. I said, I can tell you're frustrated, and from what you're describing, it does sound unfair. Maybe the teacher didn't listen to you. But the important thing is you are making such good choices. And so he started asking me, he goes, "Can you tell my mom that I'm doing good?" And I said, "Absolutely." And when we pull up, he kind of looks up at me and I go, "Hey, he did an amazing job. He could have gotten into a fight with another kid, but he didn't. He uses his words very wonderfully today. A+ day." And she kind of looks and like, yeah, because she's on her phone and, it's like, "Yeah, sure, come on, yeah." And but he looks back at me and he goes, "Thank you." Because I acknowledged him. I was someone who heard him out, including his complaints. And that is important to me, that these kids understand how special they are. And the fact that they have a bad day does not mean that they're bad. They're good kids that had a not so good day. And that helps, in my mind, that's what helps them grow. They can grow from this. Because if they just think that they're bad, I mean, there's nothing to do. There's nothing you can do. Once a child, and if a child hears something enough from an adult, because they're conditioned to, they may act like they're not listening to us, but they're listening. And they will decide who and what they are based on what the adults around them tell them, either verbally or non-verbally. And I want them to at least have one adult in their life, and I'm sure they have more. There has to be more. But even if they don't, they're going to have at least one to tell them they have value. Because if me, as an adult, as an authority figure in their life, tell them they're doing good and they have value, maybe that's the story they can tell themselves. So that's very important to me. Have you traveled to Germany yet? No, my dear, but it is definitely on my list. Hold on. Oh my God, my sinuses. Why? But yes, it is definitely on. Well, see, I have to get to Ramstein. I have to go, and I don't care if I'm just standing outside the gate, because that's where my parents met and married, was at Ramstein Air Force Base. So I will be going to Germany one day. But what if the need to find it is a, quote, intentionally, but case we're always needing to find our way anyhow, hence there's no such thing as one size fits all easy path. Yep, And, found it. Yes. I mean, and, it is because, and that's why I think he put in the quote easy path, because there are people who are very convinced that they know what other people should do. And when I hear someone say, "You know what your problem is," or "All right, stop. Here's what you do." You cannot give somebody, "Sweet, Ramstein is about an hour away from you." Really, unfortunately, as a German, you can't get into it. Oh, okay, yeah, because it's an American base. I mean, all I want to do is go up to the gate. And what I may do is say, and it's like, because I'm sure, there's like, "Why are you here? What are you doing? Why are you looking at this?" And I will let them know that back in the 1950s, my parents met. I would say met, fell in love, and got married, but actually they met, they married, and then fell in love, which is a whole story onto itself. The fact that my parents did not date before they got married. No, it wasn't an arranged marriage. It was a combination of alcohol, the military, and a practical joke that went way too far. But, I would like to, at the very least, be able to look at the land. And who knows, maybe I'll be able to get something. I'll bring and in fact I can bring my mother's paperwork where she was assigned at Ramstein. Seneca said that misfortune toughens us up, forges us the way that fire tests gold. Oh God, I always stumble on this name. Epictetus said that life pairs us with these sparring partners for a reason, exactly to turn us into Olympic class material. I judge you, unfortunately, because you have never lived through misfortune. You have passed through life without an opponent. No one can ever know what you're capable of, not even you. Inspiring thoughts. And that is very true. I mean, I honestly believe that everyone who has ever come into my life, whether it made me happy or made me miserable, they're the ones who were intended. It's like a spiritual contract that was made long before I existed in this world. And that somewhere along the line, our two spirits made a contract. And that, and maybe it was to break my heart. Maybe it was to betray me and cause me to doubt myself, because I think those are the ones that we learn from the most, because it does take a lot of pressure to make a diamond, and being able to have what we say and what we do and what we believe tested. I think that just solidifies it in our mind. You also struggle with toy boy 3 times faster, or toy boat facepalm. See, even you couldn't do it. I am redeemed. Just kidding. I kid. I know, sweetheart. It's like you always say, you survived 100% of the things that have happened to you so far. Exactly, that backfired. Yes, but it puts a smile on my face. Oh, that's okay, Fire Nutter. Do not change a hair for me, not if you care for me. Yeah, and it is. It's that, I mean, to think, okay, sometime in lives past or in the spiritual realm, your spirit and my spirit met. And maybe, however many generations ago it was. And your spirit and my spirit made an agreement. It's like, you know what? At some point in, the 2020s, our spirits will meet again. And we will remind each other of our value. And that is our agreement. And yeah. So what if all of this was pre-planned? What if, your spirits and mine, and your spirits interacting with each other. That all of this was something that happened in a timeless realm of agreement. That we, it's sort of like people who plan a reunion. It's like, you know what? In 50 years, we're all, anybody who is still here, we're all going to get together and we're going to meet in this particular place. And we will celebrate the lives of those who didn't make it that far. Maybe that's a thing. It is about looking for more, because we ultimately, our lives come down to the stories we create about events that happen to us, and what we design those stories to be, something that moves us forward or something that holds us back. And if it's a story that holds us back, I mean, I'm not going to judge it, because that helps that person feel safe. That's where they need to be at this point in their development. And I really hesitate when people say, it's like, well, okay, here's an example. And some of you may be able to relate to this. Social anxiety. When you feel very nervous or uncomfortable going into large crowds. And I know there's a lot of folks who have it. And one of the first things people say is like, well, you need to socialize more. You need to force yourself to go to things that there's a whole bunch of people and all of that. But they're not ready for it. And if they force themselves to do it, that just connects that event with more fear. A huge anxiety rush. I mean, yes, there's a lot to be said for immersion, but you don't have to immediately throw somebody into the deep end of the pool. How about you sit on the edge of the pool and you dangle your legs in? How about you don't do anything? How about you just live your life? If you don't like to go into crowds, don't go into crowds. We live in a virtual world almost. And, it's like, well, going to an event, they're almost all streamed on Zoom or, on some sort of platform. A lot of funerals, weddings, things like that are now available online. You don't have to go into a movie theater or into a concert hall unless you want that experience. So the idea of accepting that, it's not wrong, it's just a matter of, is this keeping me from doing something I want to do? And I know people who flat out, I mean, they celebrated COVID because it meant they didn't have to go out, they didn't have to deal with anybody. They were very, very happy on their own in their own world. And there's nothing wrong with that. So I would say the first question, if somebody is socially anxious, do you have to be social? And if you have to be social for someone else, is that really more important, making them happy, than making you happy? I mean, and I know I've told this story before about a lady. It was during the time when everybody was a life coach and all this other stuff. And if you're a life coach, no shade, but it became almost a meme of people who were not really qualified but called themselves, they gave themselves a title, because there's no certification, there was no licensing, there's no regulating board handling life coaching. But this lady, she was like this clothing life coach, and it was about, oh, you can find empowerment by what you wear and all this other stuff. And then proceeded to spend a couple of hours. And the only reason that I was there at all was because the wife of, I ran my own office, and there was a guy that I worked with. And his wife wanted to hold one of these classes, but she didn't have a place, and she asked if she could hold it at my office. And I said, sure, why not? And so that was the only reason. And supposedly it's like, well, the compensation would be that I would get to attend the class. And it's like, first off, I would normally never sign up for a class like this, because I don't believe that anyone else can teach anybody how to be empowered. You can live as an empowered person and be the example. And if someone looks at you and go, wow, I really like the way they live their life, I really enjoy their viewpoint, then that person decides, can I find that in myself? And they may even ask that person, it's like, I noticed that you really have qualities that I very much admire. And, what was the path that got you there? Which again is that in person's individual. But this lady, she was like, yeah, oddly, and I thought it tremendously odd that for someone who said it was about people feeling empowered, if they said, well, I like this, oh no, that's wrong for you. You need to wear this. And watching this room of people who just wanted to surrender their personal authority to this person, and she would put a color on someone, or do something, it's like, see, don't you feel empowered now? See, anytime if somebody says, don't you feel empowered now, you're not. And they're looking for validation. And she was talking about high heel shoes, which really irritated me as a chiropractor. She was wearing these high stiletto heels and talking about how empowering it was and all this stuff. So we're having a break, and I mentioned to her, and I said, I found it interesting you talking about the heels. I said, you're already a tall woman, so, well, the heels make me feel taller. I said, yes, but the heels are also causing you back pain. And she kind of looked at me, and I said, yeah, that kind of lower right side pain that you have, because I notice when you walk, that after a while of being on the heels, I notice you're listing to the right, and it's causing a stress on that part of your back, where if you wore lower shoes, or even, I said, it'd be okay if you did the rest of this class barefoot. That might be a good idea. Or, I might recommend that you have shoes that are of a lower heel. First, she was completely blown away that I picked up on the fact that she had low right back pain, and that I related it to. I said, because as far as I'm concerned, heels are nothing. I mean, yes, they do make your legs look fantastic. I almost never wear them because at the point I am in life, it's like, I'd rather be comfortable. I really would. I mean, will I wear heels to a special occasion? Yes, but you can be guaranteed I'm going to have a nice pair of flats that, I will be taking off as soon as the pictures are done. And then I will be taking those heels off, putting on the flats. But, we ended up going to a store. We took a field trip. And she was like, this guy was there, and she kept trying to get him to wear a type of shirt. And I mean, she would hold it up in front of him. It's like, oh, don't you just feel him, stronger next to it? And he, and he wants to agree. He wants to comply. He doesn't want to, be impolite. And I was watching him. So, she sent him to go find something. And I looked at him. I said, do you like that? And he goes, well, she says, I said, she's not here, just you and me. Do you like that? He said, no, this is not me. I don't feel comfortable with it. I said, well, what do you like? And he was looking around and he pointed, and I said, wow, because the colors were great for him. It was, I said, I see you as a very grounded, sort of an earthy kind of guy. I said, I would think that you would do great with a good earth tone. And he goes, oh my God, I love earth tones. Oh, I feel better wearing an earth tone than I feel wearing anything else. I said, well, why don't you pick one? He goes, well, she told me. I said, she told you to pick something that you felt empowered in. And so he brought it back, and she's like, well, no. And, he started to kind of falter, and he looked over at me, and I go, and he said, well, you're about us feeling empowered, right? And she goes, well, yeah, that's the whole purpose. He said, well, I don't feel empowered when you talk to me like that. Isn't empowered supposed to be where I choose and that my choice is okay? And I mean, she glances over at me like, you got to him, didn't you? And I learned a lot from that. I didn't learn any of the stuff that she thought she was teaching, but I did learn a lot because I watched people surrendering their authority to someone who was happy to take it, who somehow convinced them that she knew better than they did about what it meant for them to be empowered. And please, please, please never surrender your authority to me, ever. What you choose. And when I say if you love it, I love it for you, I do. I don't have to love it for me. It may not even be for me. But if you love it, I love it for you. And you shouldn't have to explain it to anybody. You can be you because you're the only you the universe has. So it's important for you to be you more than you think. Let's see that. One of the things that always got me through the tough times is that survival rate of everybody drops to zero on a long enough timeline. Yeah, I'm not really a person of faith, but if you can accept your own mortality, knowing the worst thing that can happen is you die, somehow life gets a lot easier. Yes, yes, in inspiring thoughts. And that's the thing. It's that no matter what, no matter how you live, no matter what you do, no matter what your walk of life, no matter how much money you have or don't have, no matter how much, socializing you do or don't do, everybody's going at some point. Everybody. That saying, life is a tiny dash between two dates on a headstone, and neither one of those dates matter as much as how much you fit into that dash. I mean, yeah, it's not because things are different that we dare not venture. It's because we dare not venture that they are different, are difficult. Oh, because things are difficult that we dare not venture. It's because we dare not venture that they are difficult. Exactly. If you're tempted to look outside yourself for approval, you have compromised your integrity. 100%. You want praise from people who kick themselves every 15 minutes, the approval of people who despise themselves. Is it a sign of self-respect to regret nearly everything you do? Nice. That lady reminds me of that. Exactly. I gotta go. Bye. Nephew's here. Have fun with your nephew. Take care. And we have coming in our culinary monarch, oven baked mini potatoes, cauliflower with a honey garlic cream sauce, 2 drumsticks. All right. I'm looking. I'm looking at Discord. Hmm. Let's look at the food section. Let's look at fun with foods. I see a picture of a strawberry that we had. But you know what I don't see? I don't see oven baked mini potatoes, cauliflower with honey garlic cream sauce, and 2 drumsticks. That's what I don't see. We need to do this. Wait. See, Asta, you come in and you tempt us all with these descriptions. But you. Okay, there is a phrase. Doc is angry. I don't get hangry until Asta arrives. There is a phrase, and it was back in the 70s. It was basically, it was a phrase that described when a guy was physically frustrated by a female who would kind of tease that something was going to happen and it didn't happen. And okay, the phrase was blue balls. All right. Yes, I felt very uncomfortable saying that out loud. But that was like the old phrase in the 70s. I don't know if they still do it. But Asta, when you come in and describe stuff and then leave me hangry because I cannot get a picture. But still traumatized for the jello stuff you showed. At least I shared it. Okay. I know. You will not forgive me. You probably wake up nights going, "No jello." But still I want pictures. But yeah, but I mean, keeping in mind, remember, these were from the 1950s and 1960s here in the States. I was so hangry. Was my first meal. Oh, yep. It is. I mean, it sounds delicious. It sounds absolutely delicious. And I will always hold out a hope in my vision of an amazing universe. You are doing a stream. I mean, and you don't even have to talk. You can just let us see your hands as you create stuff. And then this amazing meal is there. And then it's like, just like to tempt everybody, it's like you cut off a piece and then you take that piece and you move it right close to the camera as if the person is taking a bite. That would be so cool. I will hold out that in some alternate universe, Asta, that's happening, and I will be happy because in that alternate universe, I am not a sadist. In that alternate universe, I'm able to see it. So what do you hear in class today? Well, Asta gave Doc Blue in her stomach. I oh god, you guys have no idea how uncomfortable I was saying that. It's stomach blue balls, blue belly. Oh yes, Doc quote. Yeah, put that in inspiring thoughts too. And it's all Asta's fault. Blame Asta. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. I should get a treat of some kind just for saying those two words together. I was so uncomfortable. Blue belly or blue balls both sounds horrible. I deserve some sort of treat because I was willing to say that on stream. You know how I am about saying the more colorful phrases. And of course, Dr. Haiku is there to laugh at me. All right, moving on. But either way, it is, and what you said earlier about seeking validation outside of us. Yep, double salt dextrose with hot sauce. See, you owe me for that one. That's the one that you owe me for. That, in my mind, that cancels out anything with Jello in it because that was beyond words. Double salt Dutch black licorice with hot sauce on it. I mean, not just any hot sauce, like real hot sauce. That was a poor choice that made my ancestors cringe and made my descendants wince. Englishing. Anyway, we will not be doing that again. There's a lot that I'm willing to do again. That I'm not willing to do again. See, even the doc can learn. So, oh, this mug actually it's probably the size of a bowl. It's probably meant to be used as a bowl. But oh my gosh, one of the moms gave it to me. One of the moms on my route, and I was so pleased. It was like, oh, that is so sweet. I don't know where my mind went there, but if you ever get a chance, try Amish butter. I have never heard of Amish butter. Wait a minute. I've got to Google that. Hold on. Amish butter. Not Amish batter, Amish butter. Amish roll butter. Hold on. Roll butter. What is Amish butter? It's not always made by the Amish. A high fat butter with a creamy texture and a rolled shape. I can get Amish butter on Amazon. Ooh. Let's see. There's Vitali, whipped tallow. Ooh, handmade whipped organic beef tallow. Oh, that's for skin. Ghee butter. I've had ghee. Amish country popcorn. Ah, there we go. Excuse me, how much do they want? $36.99 for 2 pounds. You have got to be kidding me. Ooh, peach butter. Now, Kerrygold is amazing. It is my favorite butter, and they've also got an amazing cheese. Amish butter topping. Amazon grocery. Oh, that is a great price for butter. I may have to order some of this. $3.49 for 16 ounces. Oh, I will be ordering this later. But oh my God, Amish butter costs that much? That is a lot. Well, it's so good, it had better be. I didn't force you to eat it. Asta, you have no idea the power of your peer pressure. Just saying. You used the force on me. I know you did. Let's see. It makes me think of Weird Al. I had some on my trip to Colorado. It was life changing. So good. Oh my gosh. Churning butter once or twice, living in an Amish paradise. We make quilts at discount price, living in an Amish paradise. I love Weird Al. Wow, I get butter straight from. You get butter from a farm? You won't regret it, but oh my gosh. Up to $47.99. Free delivery June 5th through the 9th. Oh, I mean, but see, now I am intrigued. I am very intrigued. Oh, Dr. Haiku, you have almost got me. Oh, I'm thinking about it. Let's see. I mean, unsalted is $36.95, $47.99, so basically $37.48. $10 more for salt. I don't get it. Let's see. Yeah, like 3 pounds. 3 pounds for €3. Hold on. Pounds or euros to dollars. Hold on. So okay, so that's about the same. So €3 is $3.40. But that's still tremendously inexpensive. Oh my gosh. I grew up working summers on a dairy farm. Oh my God. Long story short, never tell your grandma you're bored. That's the hardest I've ever worked in my life. Oh, Dr. Haiku, double fist bump, Englishing, double high five. Okay, in the generation, older generations, the last thing you ever wanted to tell any adult as a child was that you were bored, because nothing good ever followed that. Ever followed that, because then they give you that look like, oh, you're bored, and that little honeydew list item that they didn't want to do themselves, like having to polish all the silver. Fist bump, high five if you have ever polished silver. and you had to go through with all the knives and the forks and the spoons and the bigger spoons and the salad forks and the dinner forks, because everybody's mom and dad had that set of silverware that was actually silver, thus silverware. And silver would tarnish. And usually at the end of summer, when it was getting into fall, you're getting into the holiday seasons, you're going to be, because I mean, as soon as fall hits, you're in that power slide to Thanksgiving. That meant the good silver was coming out. And if the good silver was coming out, you had to go polish it. And that was a very, very long and boring afternoon polishing silver. If you have ever polished silver, yeah, that's with tax on it. Nice. Please stop. It's still trauma. Oh my gosh. It is. Oh, telling that the last thing any of us ever wanted to tell an adult was that we were bored. Either that or, okay, back in the old days of hardwood floor, before, we had anything fancy to clean it or steamers or whatever, you had to get on your hands and knees and you cleaned the wood and you polished the wood and all of that stuff. You know, if it was not silver, it would be copper. Yes. Oh man, and your fingers would just cramp up because you had to get, and all the silverware had the little intricate nooks and crannies and stuff, and you had to get all up in there, and and once you put the silver cleaner on and you're polishing it, then you had to make sure that you had it all cleaned off, and God forbid you leave a fingerprint. See, that's why we had the little white gloves. I was waking up at like 4:30 a.m., came in for breakfast, lunch, and dinner was after the sun went down, 8:30 p.m. Fun story though. Oh my gosh. Well, fist bump, high five for being up at 4:30. But and also that is, see, Dr. Haiku, that is a part of why you are the amazing being that you are, because you literally know the value of a hard day's work. And a lot of us, especially those of us of, the older generation, and a lot of you young folks, it's different now, because I mean, when we were growing up, it was, you had a push mower, and a push mower was not something that had an engine attached to it, and you had to go out and mow the lawn with a push mower. It's like the fancy parents on the block had an actual, and then you spent 20 minutes. But yeah, when you had to, hand wash every dish, when you had that unimaginable nightmare known as spring cleaning. Oh, fist bump, high five for anybody who remembers the nightmare of spring cleaning, when all our moms started to get that same look. And you knew when spring cleaning was coming because it was right after the holidays. Everything was put away from Christmas. It was still kind of wet and rainy. And then all of a sudden, and I always knew when it was coming, because I'd see my mom. She'd walk into a room and we'd be sitting there like reading or listening to the radio or, watching TV quietly. And she'd walk in like to the family room, which also used to be called the rumpus room. And she'd put her hands on her hips and she'd be looking around and she'd have this very dissatisfied look on her face. And then she'd look at us and we'd look at her. And we could see her creating little lists of things that we were going to do. But yes, it was that look of discontent. And it was the same thing that if the garage door was open, because, we didn't park our car in the garage, but there was all kinds of stuff in before it got turned into, it ended up getting turned into a big family room. But, whatever that is, we'll allow it. And when a garage was just the place where everything got put, Dad would be out there and he'd open up the big metal garage door and he'd be standing there like this. And then he'd look at us. And he'd look at the garage and shake his head, and it's like, oh God, we're going to be cleaning the garage this weekend. I don't want to clean the garage this weekend. Yeah. Yeah, fun story though. That's how I fell in love with Star Wars toys. They paid me, so I started collecting those the early '90s action figures. Oh my god, that's so cool! I think about 20 miles from me, they make something I love so much. Ooh, what? My grandma mowed her lawn, over 5 acres of it by hand, just to stay in shape. You want to talk about a tough bird? That is true. Old women in those days, oh, I mean, in the 1960s, we had an older lady who lived across the street from us. And I mean, she looked like a good firm breeze would knock her in half. She was like, teeny tiny, very like a bird. But she would get bags of fertilizer, like 40-pound bags of fertilizer. She'd hoist one up on her shoulder without even thinking. This woman, I mean, this was a pioneer woman. She made her own soap. She taught my mother how to make soap. She, preserved everything. She had her garden in the back. The flowers were in the front, but the vegetables were in the back. And I mean, she could work teenage boys and grown men into the ground. And I mean, they're like sweating and dying. And, well, I need to go get some water. She goes, oh, what are you? What are you? A baby girl? Baby girl? And she would, that woman was tough. Spring cleaning meant I was cleaning and the foster family was sitting on there complaining I was not fast enough. Gouda! Okay. I was not a fan of Gouda until I had some really good Gouda, and it's like, wait a minute, is this what this is supposed to taste like all this time? And I had like Gouda with apple. And that started me off on, oh, I like this. I do like this. I mean, my single favorite cheese is brie. I can eat a stupid amount of brie cheese. But Gouda is also right up there, and particularly, oh, that was one of my favorite snacks. Get like a chunk of Gouda cheese and slice up some nice green apple. And I would just sit on the porch on a warm summer night with a nice big, iced tea and Gouda and apple, sliced apple. Ugh, it was really Gouda. I know, cheese pun. I should be punished. Anyway, but yeah, that was spring cleaning. That was, and it always started off with the adults looking discontent about their surroundings. It's like, great. We're going to be moving. We're going to rearrange the living room. We're going to but it was kind of fun rearranging our bedroom. I mean, and that's something I recommend, that every once in a while, everybody should rearrange the bedroom. And, as that is your space. But it's like, just mix stuff up, put things in different places. I'm sort of thinking, it's like, do I want to rearrange? And, because then it's like, well, where could I put things? And then you have to go with, okay, where the plugs are, where my whole setup is because this is where the plugs are. But it's like, yeah, but if I got like one of those, god, I'm blanking, somebody tell me the name of the extension cord thing with all of the plugs on it. um God, why am I blanking on that? Anyway, to get one of those. But I'm starting to think, it's like, yeah, maybe power strip. Thank you, Dr. Haiku. Yeah, my grandma was a child of the Depression. Pancreatic cancer got her in the end, but she was such a tough cookie. Did 50 years in the Scouts, earning her the Silver Beaver Award. That sounds awful. Story time. Okay, story time. Now, back in the 1970s, when my brothers were young teenage boys, there was a certain magazine that my brothers used to sneak into the house. And one of them was Playboy, and one of them was a magazine called Penthouse. And that was a magazine, and some of you guys are grinning because you know what I'm talking about. There was a section in the Penthouse magazine that didn't have, that all over it. Um, But they had this section called Penthouse Forum, and where people would, tell stories and stuff like that. And then they had awards that they would give for like adult stars in what they did. And the awards, the Penthouse Forum were like all the letters that people were writing. Oh, you won't believe what happened to me. It's like, no, it didn't happen to you. You're just making it up, but whatever. But right next to that section, they had the awards, and the Silver Beaver Award, that was like the second down from the Gold Beaver Award, and it was given to female adult actresses who, shall we say, stood out in their field. And okay, fast forward several decades, and a friend of mine who worked a lot with scouts came to me one day very excited, and she said, "Guess what?" And I go, "What?" And she goes, "I'm getting a Silver Beaver Award." My brain went back to the 1970s, and all I could think was, what? And she explained to me the scout version of that, and it's all I could do not to laugh. And so, and her husband was standing there. I glance over at him. He is dying. He's behind her. He is turning colors because he knows what I'm thinking. And so after she walked out, I looked at him and I said, "You are totally wrong for not telling her." He goes, "There ain't no way I'm telling her." He said, "Besides, I always love the look that people give because that tells me I know people who have seen Penthouse magazine." It's like, oh my God. My homie is here to help me clean. I just got the stuff for him to make horchatas. I love horchata. Kitty! I asked, nope, sorry, never seen Penthouse or Playboy. I didn't know what you mean, lol. As a kid, we had the Sears catalog buried in the horse field. Oh, no. Well, in that case, it had to be National Geographic's. The old issue of National Geographic's, pictures from all over the world, because at some point in it, you were going to see, African natives not wearing tops. That was, you could turn to that page for National Geographic's. The Sears catalog women's undergarments section. Oh my God. Oh my God. Can we find this? Hold on. Vintage Sears. How can I not know how to spell Sears? Sears. Okay, lingerie catalog. Okay, let's see. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Folks, this is what guys wore back in the day. You could get these undergarments, these briefs, for $1.99 each. This was considered cool. Oh yes, that was the coolness. That was considered cool. Let's see. Where's some of the women's? Hold on, let's get images. The Sears and Roebuck catalog. Oh yes, this was, there you go. There you go. This was considered the racy stuff. That was gee, please take me away. Yes, this was considered very racy. Oh my gosh. That is wild. Because I mean, and this was all cool stuff. This was the stuff. Oh my goodness. Oh, let's see now. Where's this? Oh, come on, show me this one. Men's underwear catalog. No, not current. Vintage. Everything has to be vintage. But oh my gosh, it was, yep, bathing suits. Bathing suits. This was cool. How did we get here? We don't know how we got here. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yes. Men's pants. Oh, yeah. There we go. Plaid. Men wearing plaid. Oh my gosh. Yep. Oh, those were the days. Doc's bell bottoms. I had bell bottoms. Oh my gosh. Yep. That was considered very stylish clothing. 1976 spring and summer, and everybody waited for the catalog to come out. That was considered a very big thing, was you had to wait for the new catalog to come out. There we go. Women's foundations. They see it was called foundations. Oh my gosh. Oh, those pants! I remember. I had friends who had those pants. And see, these were also the days when everybody would, it was like all about dressing alike as a couple. Oh, when plaid was big. Oh my gosh. But, it was a different time. Nylons. Oh, those pants are hideous. But that back then they were cool. Need to walk the poor dog through the rain. See, no, Asti, you're just trying to get away from the plaid pants. I know you. You're trying to get away from the plaid pants. It's like you do not believe what Americans were wearing back in those days. Oh my gosh. It was different. It was a different time. But yes, what men wore that were very very considered very very cool. Jumpsuits were very very cool. Uh and most people would go, there is no way on this earth that I would wear anything like that. But, it was the day. Oh my god. I'm trying to see if I can find some good pictures of some of the guys stuff. Oh, but at some point in the future, people will be looking at what folks are wearing now, which actually a lot of what folks are wearing now is very similar to what they were wearing back in the 60s. It's like as fashion kind of loops around, and it's like, wearing things with like the big sleeves and stuff. This would be considered very retro. Paisley, but we had the toy catalogs. Oh my gosh. It was, oh, this one, the Star Trek. Oh, yep. Yep. The Star Trek bridge, the Planet of the Apes house. Apes of the future rule the earth. It's just funny. I look at things because anything from my childhood, I have to put vintage in front of. It's funny how fashion comes back around, though. I grew up in the grunge era. Oh, yeah. And that's come around again. The big old Jeanco jeans. Yes. Well, and it's funny because a lot of times fashion will come back around, but they'll give it a different name. It's like, oh, well, they don't call it grunge anymore. Or, it used to, you know, back when, it's like emo, but they don't call it emo anymore. I don't know what they call it now, but they used to call it like emo. You want to go way back, preppy. Everybody was preppy. And, it was, oh God, the preppy look. Vintage preppy look. Let's see, did they have like the preppy? Oh, yeah. So this would be like a preppy look back in the day. Tennis skirts types of things, sweaters that you would wear, over. These were guy preppies. This was the typical male preppy, brown belt, kind of a bluish shirt and a jacket that didn't look like it matched anything. Preppy is still a look. Yes, this was the preppy of the 70s. Oh my gosh. Plaid shorts. Oh, yes. Ties, your sweater, your school sweater tied around your waist. Ray-Bans, a polo shirt, and shorts. The men's shorts are coming back, and I hate it. Okay. Preppy outfits. On old people. Yes. Okay. I've got a gripe. I do have them on occasion. Okay. I drive a school bus. I pull the bus up in the morning waiting for, the doors to open. And I see teachers come in. And quite honestly, they're dressed as if they're students. And I'm sure not all teachers are like this. Back in my day, teachers always dressed like adults. And this guy was coming in. I really hope he was a gym teacher, but even if he was a gym teacher, the shorts he was wearing were way too short. And he's walking in the morning, and, and the kids are there, and it's like, first off, you're a grown man, wear grown man pants. Is this just me? Am I just being totally out of touch? Or does it seem as though teachers are dressing in a significantly more casual way? I mean, one teacher was wearing like boots with stiletto heels. What if there's an emergency? What if she has to run across somewhere in order to pull a fire alarm? She's going to fall, break her butt, and everybody burns to the ground. I'm sorry, teachers should not, in my mind, teachers should not be wearing stiletto heels. I mean, I know times change, but when I see teachers that, they got the logo t-shirts and they're, it's like, okay, stop trying to be cool. Yeah, 50-year-old moose knuckle. It's interesting, Dr. Haiku. The Automod caught the word moose knuckle, and I don't know why. What does that mean? I don't even. The show's coming back, and I hate it. Automod. Yeah, no, nobody needs to see 50-year-old moose knuckle in short shorts. I is that supposed to be like the opposite of a camel toe or something? Which even makes me uncomfortable to talk about. But I agree. And basically, yes. Well, thank you for clearing that up. I learned something new today. Driving the bus, I learn all kinds of new things. Working for a bus company, I learn all types of new things. I came home and told Jay, it's like, Jay, I learned a new phrase. And he's like, on gaming online, and he goes, what? And I said, twat waffle. And I said, carry on, and walked out of the room. He gets his look on his face like, what? And the thing is, they heard me over the microphone. He said, Doc, everybody's dying. Everybody who's listening is dying. They said, of all the people to hear use the phrase twat waffle, I'm still not totally sure what it means, okay, anatomically, I know what it's connected to, but I don't quite know what it means. But it just sounded so fun to say. I don't know. I don't know. See, I'm the type of person who would fall for somebody, speaking a foreign language to have me say something dirty in their language and I wouldn't know what I was saying. Yeah, I would do that. I would totally do that. But yes, I now know the phrase moose knuckle. The more you know. But yeah, I mean, they shouldn't be, I don't think that they should be. And I am a firm believer that if you work for a school that has uniforms, you should wear a uniform. The teachers and adults should have to wear the uniform if the kids have to wear a uniform. Oh, that's learning a language 101. I have to learn all the swears first. Oh my God, there was this book that said, hide this Spanish book. And it had like it not only did it have like all the insults, it had like, pickup lines and stuff that you say during sex. And it's like, what? So, yeah, I picked that up before going to Costa Rica and started reading. It's like, all right, I don't think I'm going to need this one. But it was good to learn because that way I learned the insults just in case someone decided to diss me and I could know what they said. But but yeah, it's I just think that if adults are going to be authority figures, that there should be like, I mean, maybe like, just like a polo shirt, and they could choose like either a skirt or like slacks. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that you can wear, but no heels. you know Literally, if I see heels, the first thing I think is like, first off, the Jurassic World movie is a lie. No female can run from a Tyrannosaurus Rex wearing heels. You're gonna get eaten. You're not gonna be able to do that. Yeah, my best friend growing up was Bolivian. I got punched in the face more than once over language barrier understanding. I'm sure it was deserved. I was like, yeah, I can see that. I can understand that. But I mean, that's just me. That's my thing. Because also I believe that the way you dress really affects how you carry yourself. It affects how you respond to things. I was taking a group of students who were going to, like, it wasn't like a career day, but it was kind of sort of like a school career fair, and they were showing exhibits and stuff. And I see these young people in there, they're getting ready to get on the bus, and the young men are, they're in jackets, they've got ties on. And the girls are in, they're in dresses or they're in nice slacks, and they're all wearing jackets, and some of the girls are wearing ties, and it's like, but I mean, they were looking sharp. They were looking very business sharp. And I picked up field trips over there, and it's like, usually they're like all slouchy and leaning over, and but and you could see, because they kept like fidgeting with their ties, and guys were like, helping each other, getting any lint off, and and girls were like, it's like, okay, and they had their hair either pulled up or pulled back. And as they were getting on the bus, I said, oh my God, you are a sharp looking bunch of young people. If I had a company, I would hire every single one of you just for how sharp you look. And and they look at me and they get these big grins on their faces, and it's like, yep, oh my gosh, that tie is great. Man, you guys, it's like, driving a group of executives somewhere. And the teacher looked at me and said, thank you, because I guess when they first found out that they had to dress up nice, some of them were like, "Oh man, no, oh," But they, and they carry themselves different. You go to any event, and you have young people who are, they're, whether by choice or by force, are wearing like a suit or dressed up. They carry themselves different. they hold themselves differently. They walk with like a different confidence, especially give them a little bit of encouragement. And you know, because when they were getting off the bus, we got to where the auditorium where the thing was going to be. And I said, look, you guys have a great time, but when you walk into that place, every head's going to turn because you guys look that amazing. You know, you look professional. And so, you know, it be, um, you know, and, but as they walked, you could see they were carrying themselves like taller. You know, the guys were standing to their full height. You know, the girls, you know, they weren't like clopping, you know, they were walking very, you know, like they were making an entrance. Strange tangent. What would Doc's mafia name be? Okay, strange story. Now, um, working on Staten Island, there is a large, you know, Italian population here, and I will neither confirm nor deny that perhaps I was married into a family that may or may not have been connected to some stuff. Sicilians, it's like Sicilians and trucking. Okay. Um, but it's a thing. Apparently, culturally here, like in New York or whatever, everybody gets a nickname. And that's considered like, oh, you know, that's considered really good to get a nickname. Okay, so my nicknames are, you know, it's like transportation. Yes. You know, you know, when I first started, they would call me the doc because I had been a doctor. They're like, hey, look, it's the doctor. Doc, it's the doctor. So it's like the doctor was. But then I started doing janitorial. And so then, you know, this one guy, and his name is George, and he is just such a sweetheart. And every time I come in, it's like, yeah, Sparkles is in the house. Sparkles is in the house. So my mafia name would either be the Doctor or Sparkles. Because I make sure that things are nice and clean. And it's like, Sparkles is in the house. Although there's one bus driver who calls me Louisa. At first I told him, it's like, well, no, my name is actually Eileen. But he just calls me Louisa. So it's like, you know what, screw it. Let him call me Louisa. You know, hey, Louisa, how's it going? It's going great. How's it going with you, Barry? I think maybe Rice Krispies, because you snap, crackle, and pop. Ooh, I kind of like that. Rice Krispies. Oh, God, I just went into some sort of thing about Rice Krispies snacks and I grossed myself out. Okay, get that picture out of my head. All right, all right. Oh, no, gotta think of something else. Okay. I'm sorry, it's been a really long time since I've dated. But, oh, yes. Moving on. The the dispatch office, which is the last office that I clean in the evening, the last one with people in it, they call me Sweepy. So it's like, Sweepy's here. Sweepy's here. Hey, Sweepy. But from what I'm told, getting a nickname in this culture is considered a very good thing. Ah! So, speaking of work or work related things, is everybody ready to get back to work tomorrow? Now, I know that here, my mafia name in high school was Buttons. Really? Okay, let me think of like a real mafia type of story that would go with that. Buttons. You know, it's like, hey, that's the guy. You don't want to push his buttons. You push his buttons, you sleep with the fishes. So yeah, I could see that. Buttons. As in, don't push my buttons. Bad things happen. Nice. Or unless you know used to wear a lot of buttons. That was a big thing back in the 1970s. Was everybody had buttons all over them. You had to have your denim hat that had buttons all over it. Ooh, can I Google denim hat vintage? Okay, 70s denim hat with pins. Okay. Well, they don't have the ones with the pins all over it, but they've got a lot of denim hats. Denim hats were very big in those days. But yeah, when you can be able to kind of, find your place with people. And the big thing that most people know me for is that, I always smile. And I've had, like drivers, they just like, hey, how's it going? And I say, hey, it's going great. Good morning. One guy goes, why are you always so fucking happy? And I looked and I said, because I woke up. And a lot of people didn't. And he kind of stopped. And it was like, yeah, that's true. I said, and also, no matter what's happening, it can always be worse. And he goes, yeah, that's true too. Yeah, you keep doing that. You keep doing that. It's a good reminder. It was basically because I played the saxophone. Oh, really? And I was friends with all the brass section, the tromboners, so they had slides. I had buttons. My youngest son, his very first instrument, he plays like 26 instruments. No joke. And his very first one was a tenor sax that was almost as big as he was when he first started playing it. And my husband, he played trombone. So it was cool. My niece played trombone for a bit. It's one of the instruments my youngest plays. But yep, brass section. The one thing about the trombone that I always thought was like, first off, it's like if somebody turns around, you're going to put an eye out. You hit those, how do you not beam someone right in the back of the head with that trombone? It's like tromboners was censored. Jane! Hello, hello, hello! How are you? Jane the Deuces! Jane, it has been a hot minute. How are you, love? What is up? What is happening? I hope you are walking gently with the world and the world is walking gently with you. Tromboners was censored. Oh, yes. Well, we were talking about blue balls earlier, so. So what is up? What is happening? Oh, and next week is going to be a short week, and for anybody connected to schools, at least here in New York. Okay, so Thursday is a Muslim holiday, and Friday, almost all the schools are closed for like teacher meetings. I'm good. Hope you are well. I am, sweetie, and even a little better now that you're here. Here. Oh, I'm trying to think. I know I wasn't in the place I'm at. I'm in a house with my renting a room from my wonderful Jay Stun Z and his mom. And it's a wonderful space. It's a wonderful place, and they're an absolute delight. I love them dearly. And before that, I was in an Airbnb. Was I still on the mountain the last time you checked in? Because it's been a while. And it may have been like right after I left California. Trapped! Hello, we've been out of school for summer for about a week. Oh my God, I would love to have gotten rid of those kids a week ago. But, I think they're actually, for most of the schools, the last day is June 26th. Some of them are letting out a week early, like the graduates get out a week before then. But, oh my God. I had a beauty of a sax, a cannonball big bell that was worked on by Ernie Northway himself. Sold it some years back to pay the rent. It was sad to see it go, but I'm old enough. I tried to not have attachments to things. Yeah, I passed on a harp that I had had when I moved off of the mountain, and I had had that harp for almost 35 years. And no, 22, 30, 42. No, I had it for, yeah, almost 35 years. And I wasn't playing it. And a lady who, her and her son is a single mother, kind of starting over. And, I was moving my stuff out and she saw it and she said, "Oh, it's beautiful and I'd love to learn harp and, and all of that." She said, "But I could never afford one," and all of that. And I thought about it and I went over and I actually talked to the harp. And it's like, I haven't used you in a long time and you deserve to be played by someone who'll be passionate with you. And, and it was like, may sound crazy, but I felt the harp say, yes, it's time to pass me on. And so I gave it to her. There was the harp, the tuner, extra strings, a teaching book, and all of that stuff. And she just looked at me like, "But I can't afford to give you." I said, "Just take it. Just take it." I said, "You can pay me back by playing it and learning to play it." And I mean, it was like, one of a good size one. And dang, you put, I know it is. And CSDW. Well, now I have a new, and it was really weird because when I let that harp go, and like I said, I had had it for right around 35 years, but I hadn't really played it in a long time. And I kept thinking, it's like, okay, I opened myself up and someone gave me a moon harp. And let's see, it's all right. Hold on. Hold on. Move over, Arby. I need you to move. Hold on. Hold on. Here, we'll do we almost never use this. This, and it was really interesting because after I gave away my other harp, I was, meeting with some friends before I left California, and one lady, she said, "Well, can you come out to my car?" And so we go out to the car, and she hands me a bag, and this is in it. And um and she said, "I don't know why, but I want to give this to you. I haven't used it in a long time and I never learned to play it, and I want to pass it on to you." And so, I passed on something, I released an attachment to something. And I mean, every time when came down off of the mountain, like if we had to evacuate, I always took it with me because I didn't want to leave it behind to possibly burn. And no matter what, I always made room in my car. That was one of the things that I wanted to take. But then when it came down to it and I was moving out here, it's like, no, I need to let this go. It's too big. And it was weird because all of a sudden I had something else. So now it's learning to play this. So, but yeah, sometimes when we let stuff go, it leaves our hands open. It leaves a space for something to come in and fill that with. Let's see, so I'm looking forward. That's freaking cool. And I'm going to make a point of learning how to play this. And, who knows? I'll probably end up playing it on this stream. Maybe for, oh, let's see. October will be my anniversary stream. So maybe I'll make sure that I learn enough to be able to play it on stream. That was my rationale for letting my sax go. My kids are old enough, you always want to think, well, maybe they'll pick it up. But the reality is, if they would have by now. So I let it go. That is totally true. That's freaking cool. One that I would really love to learn is the hurdy-gurdy. So many old-timey instruments. That sounds so familiar. Wait a minute. Instrument. Oh, wow.
Emerald Queen,
Wrong one. Okay. Stop it. My technology is being weird. Okay. Display. So this is a hurdy-gurdy. You crank it. It's a wheel instrument. Okay, that looks very cool, but that looks very complicated. I was a terrible violinist. Oh, my dear. Back when I was in fourth grade, I mean, it's a beautiful instrument. Medieval. Back when I was in fourth grade, I started learning violin, and my parents could not deal with the learning curve. I made better sounds blowing into a violin than I made trying to play it. Holy moly, it's beautiful. Yeah, if you want to hear a great player, look up Patty Gurdy on YouTube. So cool. I mean, and like you said, there's like these old, almost medieval looking instruments that were you're too mean. Oh my God, no, I have many talents. Violin would never be one of them. Oh, it was bad. It was, you know, they said, the dog was in the backyard trying to bury himself. But, you know, I mean, and that was the thing that I loved about the harp. It, in fact, hold on. Do I have? There was. I had a picture of me with my old harp. Let's see if I could find it. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Where is it? Oh, this is me with my harp. A very, very, very long time ago. Oh my God. That was so long ago. I'm sure you were a much better musician. Let's see. If interested in a listening, the longing. Dr. Haiku, could you do me a favor and put that over in Discord under like, music or something, and put a clip of her in that one. Thank you. But yep, this was my harp. And it's weird because looking at it, it's like I know I did the right thing by letting it go. It's just, when I look at it and it's like, oh my gosh. But now I get to create new memories and it really wasn't as much the harp as the story I attached to it. And that's the thing with a lot of people, we have those things that mean a lot to us, but it's not, put it in the music mixes channel. Thank you. It's not so much the thing that we have to figure out what is the attachment. It's because it's not to the thing, it's to whatever story we attach to it. Music mixes. Okay, the longing. Ooh. Oh, she looks like a sweet girl. So yes, definitely, go check out. And if you have like your favorite music and, or something that, a game, whatever it is that you have that you think, that really touches your heart, please put it in the Discord and share it. Because if it touches your heart, if it helps to bring you balance in an unbalanced world, or maybe it's avant-garde, or maybe it's edgy, or maybe it's whatever, I'm interested in what a Gertie sounds like. Let's see. because it's like, you know, I want to play it, but I know I'm going to get copyright nailed. Hold on, let's see. Okay, hurdy-gurdy instrument. Let's see if I can find just a little something that has like a little teeny tiny clip. Hurdy-gurdy instrument music or sound. Okay, hurdy-gurdy instrument sound. Let's see if we can find something that has like just like a little hurdy-gurdy. Like if I could find like a clip. Oh my God, look at this bassoon. My son played the bassoon. Look at this thing. Anybody who has ever played the bassoon. Oh my gosh. Look at that. That is a bassoon. It's very Sea of Thieves pirate music. Yes, it's a very shanty. It was never that long. Me and my foster bros are loving old school movie music. We're going to watch John Williams. Oh my God, really? Oh, that's so wonderful. Stop. Never that long. That is, oh wow. That is a whole lot of bassoon. That is a lot of bassoon. Okay, let's see if we can find like a sound clip. Sound clip. Oh, here's a nice short one.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks.
All right,
I start by brain dumping everything I need to
skip. It is otherworldly. But I mean, it's like you're cranking. That's gotta be really tough. Wow. That's cool. That is very cool. You know, it's I cannot even imagine. I mean, I suppose it's probably similar to like, you know, playing an accordion or something where you really have to have because both hands are doing stuff. To be honest, you'd be okay listening for the first few bits of the video I linked. It's a modal instrument for the music theory nerds out there. That hit me in the chest. Exactly. That is, I mean, thank you so much for bringing this to our attention. Because, you know, when you get exposed to something new, something different, something, I mean, I've heard of the instrument, but I never knew anything. I mean, I didn't really know. It's like, okay, I've heard of it, but you know, I couldn't remember what it was. Goes back to having a drove like they did in the old days. Yeah. I mean, and you know, and absolutely, I love sea shanties. You know, I'm very into, you know, if you haven't noticed, I'm very into Celtic tradition, and which I am. You know, my DNA is very much part Celtic. So you know, I've got Yggdrasil. You know, and I'm definitely going to be looking into that more. Okay, how about we play just a few seconds of it? I mean, it almost reminds me of the bagpipe. so we'll do 40 seconds of it, but definitely go check that out. And, it's like, OMG, that is guttural. Yeah, it really has that, is it safe to come back? Yes, it is. We're now talking about music and a thing called a hurdy-gurdy, which it's like an old English medieval type of instrument that you crank while you play it. And, it is, I mean, it really does sound amazing. But I would imagine that playing it is really something you've got to, you got to commit to. But I mean, look at these things. 1,500. Oh, some of these are pricey. But, it really is. It's a complex looking instrument. Because you crank it because it's got frets. So it's like some of the strings have frets, some of them don't. I can see why it got people spiritually inspired. I'm definitely going to look up more of that music and especially that artist. It just really neat. And, being able to kind of find our voice through the music. And accordion is hard to play too. Yeah. It's like a harpsichord that you can carry. Yep. Another instrument that I used to really love, it was the Japanese koto. Uh, which, it's this one. And I've always loved the sound of it. And, you have like the little finger things that when you play it. And I remember it was like back in the like mid to late 70s, there was a woman in Japan who played it so well that she was literally listed as a national treasure. And she would, the only time she played it was I mean, look at that. That is absolutely beautiful. And she would play it for the imperial family. And it was like, wow. I mean, bagpipes too. I do not like them, but to be honest, that everyone has their own. Yeah. I mean, it's, to me, it has that sound quality that it's like similar to a hurdy-gurdy, that kind of very deep, cultural sort of sound to it. Bagpipes, I think that it's very cool. It's like the didgeridoo. Certain cultures have certain instruments that were very indicative of them. The conch shell, in the Polynesian and Hawaiian traditions where they have the conch and, they play that. But, music is, I think the Chinese have a similar instrument. Yeah. Yeah, I think okay, let's look. Chinese koto. Not keto, koto. Okay, so yeah, so here is a version of that. It's like here's the Chinese version. I mean, it's beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. And the shamisen and the biwa. But oh, my favorite, taiko. The taiko drumming. If you have ever heard taiko drumming, it is absolutely amazing. And what amazes me is that the upper body strength that it takes to do this drumming, that is absolutely unbelievable. I went to school in Australia that had bagpipe practice every morning, but I honestly found it wonderful. Yes. We do here in the States too. I hate the way it's used in Western music. The mandolin, I think, is very similar. Yep. Yes. But oh my God, there is almost nothing that gets me going. Hold on. Taiko drum music. And the amount of like I said, the upper body strength that is required. Kota Odako. But, you know, it really is, let's see, videos. Okay, we're gonna play a little teeny tiny.
Between Molly leaving and Mom's osteoporosis,
Oh my God.
I thought life was gonna slow down. Boy, was I wrong.
Skip. Okay, we gotta turn this down a little bit. If you've never seen taiko drumming, this is it. I mean, and some of these songs last quite a while, and I mean, they're having to be at full energy doing this. There was a place back in California that did taiko drumming, and you know, and especially like the big ones, like these big ones where, you know, they're having to, and you know, and it's like your stance and everything. Taiko drummers of Mount Fuji. So I'll put some clips over in the Discord, because I don't want to get the copyright gods to completely crucify me. But yeah, I'm from Singapore originally, and Dr. Hagu, there's a slight attempt at trying to maintain certain Chinese instruments. I guess it could sound better. They're amazing. And the thing is that there are so many cultures where the traditional music and the traditional art and the traditional theater are dying because young people aren't interested in it. It's like in Japan, you know, I've always wanted to go to Japan because there's a couple of things I want to do. I want to see the Imperial Palace, even if it's like from the outside, I want to see it. And the old one in Kyoto. I want to be a part of a traditional tea ceremony, and I want to go to a kabuki theater. And kabuki, you know, it is like, you know, the old, you know, with that old style of, you know, telling the story, but there's nuances and, you know, there's no dialogue. Everything is in the action and the makeup and, you know, the costumes. I've always wanted to do that. And at one point, my husband, when we were still married, he went to Japan on business, and he asked to go, and they looked at him, and it's like, really? You want to go to that? And he asked. So they took him to a kabuki theater, and the audience, the only people really in the audience were older people, but they were in like full traditional, you know, the kimonos and all of the regalia, and watching it. And, you know, and so husband asked, he goes, well, where are all the young people? He goes, the young people aren't interested in this. And when the last of the generation that does this dies out, this will be gone. And I thought that was just so sad that, you know, how can you let something, I mean, and I guess it is people who, you know, if you have something that's a part of your life every day, it starts to lose it. I had a Dutch group that do a lot of things with drums. Oh, goodness gracious, great balls of fire. We got to risk, we will risk the copyright gods. Video is on.
This is the aircraft carrier shelter you seized, previously owned by a small faction of about 8.
Skip. Asta, please put this clip in music or video or something. Put it over in Discord. And I mean, and that's the thing with percussionists. You have to be so on. And, you know, it is so physically demanding. You know, the stamina that you have to have, because in most cases, you know, you're standing, but, you know, and definitely y'all go take a look over in that. Asta, please, please, please. Lol, it's in Discord. Thank you. But, you know, I definitely want to hear the full on that. Let's see, you know, I love that in Eastern cultures, there's a lot of beauty, both in music and culture. And generally, I just love culture. I would love to go on a world tour and have a day in the life of the people from around the world. I would too. I would absolutely love that. And, you know, and part of the way that I do that is I love doing it through the food. I love doing it through the traditional foods, and it's not just what you eat, but how you eat it. And, you know, maybe it's served family style. Maybe you eat with your hands. Maybe, you know, there's special utensils you use. Maybe, you know, there's a particular ritual around it. I love that. And with music and seeing, you know, the types of theater, you know, since I am into theater, I want to do theater. And seeing how theater is expressed around the world. There was, the white man was maintaining the culture and was one of the best at playing the Japanese flute. Oh my God, that is the Anasazi flute. Hold on. Let's see. I'm trying to find a good picture of an Anasazi flute. And, you know, and especially like people who, you know, maybe play flutes in native cultures. That is wonderful. But it's basically it's there's a difference too. The Anasazi flute doesn't have like the little okay, so let me see if I can find like for the native flute. Let me see if I can find a good picture. Okay, so this would be like an Anasazi flute. And the native flutes, and you know, and I God, do I still have my native flute? A native flute, they have something that it's like like a little thing to monitor the air moving through it. Okay, well, why don't we just put native? Okay, yeah. No, I want image. Okay, so this piece right here, that the Anasazi flute does not have that. But, you know, they're both equally beautiful, but you have to definitely learn that breath control. These are people yelling, why isn't he Japanese? I guess as Chinese child, I shouldn't have played the violin. Anyone wanting to maintain the culture, it doesn't matter what you look like. Our Singaporean food culture is about to die for the same reason. No one wants to maintain it. Then I've got to get to Singapore fast, because I have heard that it is just an absolutely amazing place to visit. Ain't big. The visit was a disaster. No, why? How? I get that that it's not everyone's bag, but for percussion, I really love Slipknot. They have, I think, 7 different percussionists for Psychosocial is a very primal song. See, and that's the thing. It's like, you know, people may decide it's like, Slipknot! I feel the earth rise up in me. Anyway, my nephew kept touching my thigh, and while I said no when my sister asked about playing with the helicopter toy I have, as far as I could perceive, if I said yes, he'd come to expect yes every time, which a child will, which I did not agree with, because that means he grew up with to be a spoiled brat and not so much an understanding of no. So now mom's mad at me for standing my ground and saying no for multiple reasons. I mean, you know, that is, you know, Fire Nutter, first off, very proud of you for standing your ground. And the thing is that, not every kid is able to appreciate things. Kids have to learn how to handle certain things. And if he's under a certain age, it's very difficult for them to know. It's like, okay, how to handle something gently. And maybe, once he's a little bit older and he can handle stuff gently, but if he's under a certain age, it's almost like setting him up for failure, because it's like, oh, here's this, and then they do what they normally do, which they can be very, a bit rough with things, just because they're still learning, their own strength. They're still learning what it means to touch something lightly, grab something hard. With most young children, it's like when they're grabbing something, they're just going to grab it hard because they haven't learned their bodies are not trained for fine motor skills, for fine, light touch. Everything is about, grabbing things. So, but I'm very proud of you for standing your ground. And if the mom is mad, she is the one who needs to learn about, she needs to learn about hearing the word no as much as her child, because being able to accept, it's like, well, maybe when he gets a little older, maybe when, because if something had happened and it had gotten broken, it would have been, well, he's just a kid and all that. It's like, yes, he's just a kid, so he doesn't know how to handle things delicately. So no, you were 100% in the right. Oh dear. And I may have a bit of a man crush on Corey Taylor. Who doesn't? Yeah, if he's two, sweetheart, no. If he's two, setting boundaries and understanding that he is not, at 2 years old, able to understand handling something carefully. And it cannot be told to him. He's too young to be able to be careful with how he holds something, because definitely at 2, they're still at the grabbing stage. Everything is about full hand experience and holding on to something tightly. Plus, they have a tendency not to be it's like, they don't want to let go of stuff. If they're holding it, it's theirs. It belongs to them, because that's the mindset when they're little. They have to learn how to share. Sharing is not a primal instinct. They learn it, at a young age. But at 2, toddler age, no. If it's in their hand, it belongs to them. And then you can have a big fight. And I agree. It is the parent's responsibility to be able to teach a child as they grow. It's like, well, no, you don't touch this now. But it's like, you work in a shop and somebody's kid comes in and starts tearing everything apart, which I worked retail once upon a time. And, people would come in, their kids would tear apart displays, they would tear apart racks. And the parent is just like, whoa. It's like, no, how about I charge you for everything that your kid messed up? If you had to pay for this, and there were a lot of shops who had it, it's like, you break it, you buy it. And that includes if your kid breaks it, you buy it. And it is up to the parents for them to help their child learn that, okay, here is how you touch something gently. Here is how you touch something lightly. Here is how you hold something gently. And until they're ready for that, they should not be, put in a position where they're going to break something, which they probably will, because toddlers also are very known, when they're done with something, they will just throw it on the ground. So, but yes, it is the parents' responsibility. As a result, I was robbed of the majority of the visit because they went to the park where I couldn't even get out the door. Yeah, it's sweetheart, Fire Nutter, Captain Firebeard. This is, I'm sorry that you weren't able to have a wonderful visit, but that wasn't on you. That was somebody, who, and yes, being the parent of a 2-year-old can be very tricky, because they, when you push them out, you do not also push out a manual on them. And my guess is she's still a very nervous parent, which, I mean, we all were at the beginning. You know, you get embarrassed very quickly by what your kid does, and and it's um okay, story time. I had a kindergartner. Actually, he was almost like pre-kindergarten. He was one of those that was like a year younger because his birthday was in the fall, who also was on the spectrum. And they were trying to see if he could ride the regular bus, which was way beyond, because I had, for picking up at that school, I had kindergartners, but I also had older kids. And keeping them apart, and because it's a general ed route, I don't have a matron. A matron is on the special education routes. It's somebody who is basically, their job is to keep order on the bus, so all the driver has to do is drive. So this kid, I mean, and he wasn't a bad kid, but he would get aggravated easily and he would act out. He would get angry, he would do inappropriate things, he would say inappropriate things. For a little one, he had a mouth like a longshoreman with Tourette's syndrome. And it's like, what did he say? And so one day, I'm getting ready to get to his stop. And I was about like 5 minutes, like, okay, if he can hold it together for 5 minutes. And we're pulling up to the stop right before his, and I hear one of the kids, "Driver!" And she said his name. "He's showing his privates." And it's like, wait a minute, what? I look up in the mirror just as I see him with, his little friend out saying howdy. He turns and urinates on the back of the truck, or at back of the bus, right across the back door. I pull the bus over. I storm to the back of the bus, and the kids are in the, they're all in the aisle, like, "Make an aisle!" And so, they all know that when I say "make an aisle" in that tone of voice, they all move to the side. And I went up and I got him and I put him down in a seat. I said, "You stay right here, and this is your last day on my bus." And he started to get upset. I said, I said, "You don't get to be upset because you weren't upset when you were back there doing something you knew you weren't supposed to do." So I get back and, we got to dropping him off, and he had an older brother and sister who were also on the bus, and they're like, "Oh God, oh God." And, and his sister came up. She goes, "Please, bus driver, don't tell our mom. She'll kill my brother." I said, "Your mom isn't going to kill your brother. It's going to be fine, but he is getting off this bus." She goes, "Please." And she started getting upset. And I said, "I need you to trust me. I'm going to make sure your mom doesn't kill your brother." So I pull over the bus at his stop, and his mom comes up, and I stop the bus, and they were the last kids I had to drop off. I step off the bus with them. I explained to her what happened. The look on her face was a combination of first embarrassment, then anger. Her frustration came out. And that was just like, oh my God, she's going to kill this kid. And so, she goes, "Oh, don't you worry." I go, I said, "Wait a minute. Take a breath." And she goes, "Well, I need to get him home." I said, No. I said, "I need you to listen to me right now." And I looked her in the eye because she was a young mother. And I said, "He was set up to fail." And she kind of looked at me. I said, "He's not a bad kid, but he has challenges that make it so he cannot be in this type of environment with all of that." Oh, I said, "He gets overstimulated." And she admitted she had been told that before, and they had evaluated him and said he should have been on a special ed bus. And I said, "Well, why isn't he?" And she said, "Well, we wanted to try him riding the bus with his brother and his sister." And I said, "Okay." I said, "Maybe in another year, maybe in 2 years, he'll be able to do that." I said, "But at his age and at his point, he was set up to fail. We all failed him. And if he were to be able to be transitioned to a special ed bus, he could have somebody who is able to talk to him and pay attention to him." I said, "But do not." I said, "I know you're upset and I know you're embarrassed." I said, "Believe me, as a mother, I know what it's like to have your kids embarrass you." I said, "But Your embarrassment is not his responsibility. That's your story. And I do not think less of you. I know you're an amazing mother, and I know you're doing the best you can, and I know this is really hard. And I saw her eyes start to well up with tears. She said, "It is." And sometimes he acts out and I feel so bad, and other people are looking at me, judging me. I said, "Those people have no right to judge you." I said, "You're the only one judging you is you. He's not judging you." "Well, but he's going to be." I said, "He's going to be fine. He's going to grow up. He's going to learn boundaries, and he will find his way." I said, "He's an amazing kid, and he's very smart. Being special ed doesn't mean you're stupid. It means that you just need certain extra help." So I stayed there and talked to her for a few minutes because I wanted her to calm down, because I knew out of her embarrassment, she was going to take that out on him. I needed her to know, one, that I understood. I even told her, I said, "Look, ma'am, he is not the first kid to relieve himself on a bus. Granted, he was the first kid to relieve himself on my bus, but I wasn't going to tell her that." I said, "Kids do all kinds of things on these buses. I don't get surprised. And he needs to learn about being able to, manage dealing with other kids, but he needs to learn it at his pace. This kind of rushed him a little bit." And so she calmed down and, she said, "Okay." And she said, "Are you going to write him up?" I said, "Well, I have to. I'm going to write him up, and I am going to put in the notes that that this was the first time anything like this happened, that I felt that he became overly stimulated. And so, he was having troubles. And that I hope that he can be able to." And it was like that next week, he was on a special ed bus, and he had a para, it's like a matron, but that stays with the child all day. And the thing is, he qualified for it, but they were just hesitant because she said, "Well, I didn't want him to feel different." I said, "But he is different. He is unique." And I even said, "He is the only him in all the universe that will ever be." Every child is different. Every child is unique. He has gifts and he has challenges. This is a challenge that he can be helped with. So he ended up, and his mom, she ended up calling me. And, one of the teachers had my number, and she asked the teacher for my number. And she said, "I hope you don't mind that I got your number." She said, "But I just really wanted to thank you because you didn't have to take extra time to help me not feel bad about it." And she said, you're right. I would have gone home and I would have taken out my anger on him. And then I would have felt horrible about it. Because that way, when she went home and talked to her husband, she was able to talk from a place of calm. And that, because I didn't want him to see being moved to a special ed bus as a punishment, that was a better environment for him. And since they were able to get him assigned a para, that basically was somebody who would sit with him throughout his entire day. It was one-on-one. And if he started to escalate, she could be able to de-escalate him more quickly because she's right there with him. So it actually ended up, being a good thing that he did it, because it allowed him to get the environment and the help and support that he needed. I mean, granted, I was calling him everything but a child of God while I was back there using, sanitizer on the back of my bus. And as far as I'm concerned, all kids are basically good kids. I don't know what environment some of these kids come from. And when I'm, pulling my bus up and I'm dropping them off in front of the projects, and I see all kinds of stuff that's, some very dangerous looking folks, and they have to go past these folks to get into their building. I can watch them until they get into the building, but I don't know what happens inside of it. And some of these kids, they're dealing with a lot of challenges. And it's very easy to put them in a box of, well, they're just going to end up in prison one day. But when I tell them there is something great inside of you, you can do more than you think. You're worth more than you think. You're very smart. You're very, you're very capable. And when they get into fights, it's like, you're better than this. That's why. Are you mad at me? I said, I'm not mad at you, but I'm frustrated because you are better than this. You are more than this. You're more than letting somebody else control you. They don't control me. I said, they used with their words, they got you to get yourself into trouble. That's called controlling you. And you're better than that. Nobody should control you. I said, you're going to be running the world one day. You and your generation. And you're going to need to really be focused to do that. But there is greatness inside of you. And, when you just want to be able to instill that in them, and I do see that as a part of my job. Let's see. Yeah, we're talking about, let's see. My foster kid has autism and ADHD, and there are certain things like stimming that people won't understand, but our kiddo isn't touching things he shouldn't, and if he does, we have a conversation as to why this might not be right. Yeah. I mean, to be able to, you're a goddess. Oh, you're sweet. You're so right. Holy moly. Advocating for a kid is hard. Yeah. Because it's almost like, to me, I almost see it as like the Lorax. I speak for the trees have no tongues. And these kids are not going to be listened to unless there's an adult there saying, hey, I see what's going on. This kid is not the problem. They need extra help. Our jobs as the grown-ups in their life are to give them the best environment they can that will give them the best chance at success. And throwing these kids in a box just because you don't like, the way they talk, or you don't think that, the neighborhood they come from is very good. But amazing people have come from those exact same environments. And I like the idea of them believing that they're potentially one of those amazing people. They're just waiting for their life to play out. Heck yeah, I've seen some terrible stuff. Yeah, just a side note, put a video in Discord that doesn't have vocals. It may be easier on IP algorithms. Absolutely, we should all feel that way. I mean, when you consider, it's like, even when we were kids, I know when I was young, when it was back in the 60s, first off, hitting a kid was not an issue. You could be any adult and smack a kid, and it wasn't considered that big a deal. There was corporal punishment in schools. There were paddles, and there were, rulers and all that stuff. And if you got hit by one of your teachers or the principal, you got hit when you got home because it was assumed you did something to earn being hit. Nobody listened to us. And we were always assumed wrong. It was spare the rod, spoil the child, and children are better seen and not heard. So we didn't have a voice, and at that time, there were precious few who stood up for us. And I like to think that, now that, yeah, you're not supposed to place your hands on kids, I think that there is still a way we can teach them how to be good, responsible citizens. And a part of that is by instilling in them a value for themselves, because it's like there's so many times that kids will say, I said, look, you're going to get into a lot of trouble. I don't care. How many people have heard a kid say, it's like, well, you're going to get in trouble for this. I don't care. And I looked at him and I go, yeah, yes, you do. Because there's a part of you that's better than this. There's a part of you that knows you could have the entire world at your feet. All you have to do is gain the skills and the tools to be able to make your life whatever you want it to be. Just because this is going to be your past doesn't mean that it's your future. And, being able to have these kids hear, I believe in you. When one boy who's a 5th grader told me, when I said, look, I believe in you. Fifth grader said he had never had anyone tell him that, ever. He looked at me and said, nobody's ever told me that. And it was like, that kind of broke my heart. But I looked at him, I said, well, then I'm proud to be the first, but I won't be the last. And, but it's like, kids, no people, all people should be treated as people. Exactly. It baffles me that people want to put qualifiers on it. Dignity is a reflection on you, not those suffering indignation. Fist bump, high five into inspiring thoughts. One of the kids we fostered was a kid who was stabbed by his brother. Oh my God. They were both under 6. We wanted them to be held and told that they were loved. But how? Yeah. I mean, and it is very complicated. And being able to, because it's also about figuring out what is the, what's the Rubik's Cube for that child. I mean, because at the beginning of the school year, I picture all these kids as Rubik's Cubes. And each one has a different way. Each one has at least one thing that they relate to. Maybe it's video games, and I can talk to them about video games. Maybe it's music. Maybe it's, Hello Kitty. Maybe they love their pets. Maybe, whatever. But each kid, there's a way of working that Rubik's Cube. And the thing is, as soon as I get it, get one side that's going, and it's like, okay, I got to peek into what works with this child. What is that thing that motivates them? It's like if they talk about art, it's like, oh, wow. Do you think you could draw me a picture sometime? I'd love to see, and kid, they would bring their little pictures on the bus. And, it's like one girl drew a kitty. And I said, oh my gosh. And she goes, it's for you if you want it. I know it's not very good. And I go, are you kidding? So I had some tape. So I took the tape and I taped it on the dash. I said, see, now everybody gets to see this kitty. And then I said, what's this kitty's name? She goes, well, it's my kitty, Luna. I said, yep, everybody gets to see Luna. And so then I had other kids. It's like, can I draw you a picture? I'd love it if you draw me a picture. And then it's like my dash has all these little pictures that, these kids have drawn. But the thing is, when they see something, when they see somebody respond, and I know that that's one of their passions, it's like, yes. And so when I explain things to them, the ones who like to draw, I said, well, when you're figuring out how to solve a problem, it's a lot like figuring out what kind of picture you're going to make. Because, just like a problem, the solution isn't always something you see, but you got to build it. I said, have you ever tried to draw a picture of something and you didn't have anything like, like you're trying to, it's like, yeah, I tried to draw a dragon. And it's like, okay. I said, well, since, maybe you look at pictures of dragons and you try to make it like that. I said, it's like solving a problem that maybe you look at how some other people have solved that problem and you think, well, maybe that will work for me. I said, and sometimes you just have to trust what feels right to you. It's like, well, what if it's wrong? I said, well, if it's not right, then you learned something. And you can do this. I know you can do this. That answer you want is inside of you. And so they reach that point where, and I try to emphasize that it's all their choice. If they do something to get in trouble, they chose it. But if they do something to resolve a problem, it's like, if they're back there and talking mess to each other, and when a kid comes up to the front and says, driver, so-and-so said something really mean to me. And I said, oh, okay, and what did you do? I came to tell you because you told us to come tell you instead of hit. And I said, well, I am so proud of you. Oh my goodness, I am so proud of you. You did something very, very big and very, very important today. And I'm so proud of you. And, being able to find that thing that works for that child. And, I have on one of my buses, I've got 30 kids. So that's 30 Rubik's Cubes. But they're all worth it. Now, some kids, they just get on the bus and they just sit down and, they sit on their phones and they do nothing. So there really isn't that much interaction. But for some of the kids, they need that. They deserve that. They deserve the time that it takes. And, I'm only with them for a certain number of minutes until I drop them off. But during that time, if I can help them gain tools, not because it's what I want. I mean, I would love a nice quiet bus trip, but something that will help them grow. And I have had teachers who, one teacher came out to the bus that afternoon and she said, you're so and so's bus driver. And I said, yeah. And she said, oh my God, I want to thank you. And I'm like, for what? She said she noticed that all of a sudden he was saying things like, I use my words. And when he wants to ask a question and, instead of lashing out, she said his behavior had improved a whole lot. What did you do? And I said, I believed in him. And I told him that. And one kid even, oh my God, he was a first grader. And so he said that, he got in some trouble because he acted out. And I said, oh, okay, well, why do you think you did that? He was upset because he felt he had done something really good. Like, he picked up some trash or something. And, it could be just a little thing. And he said he thought he did something really good, but the teacher didn't acknowledge him for it. He says, she only talks to me when I'm doing something bad, but I did something good and she didn't say anything. I said, oh, so you would feel better if maybe she would acknowledge and talk to you when you did something good. Is that right? And he said, yeah. And I said, well, why don't you talk to her about it? Or maybe you can ask your parents to help you write a note to your teacher saying that you really want to be good and it would really help if she would notice and say something when you were being good. And, he did. And, the parent sent a note saying thank you. And, but it doesn't take much. I've been a teacher. I was a teacher. And while yes, when you've got a room full of kids and you have to deal with all the different requirements of what they need from you, to teach them stuff, to guide them, to mold them, into someone who can use social skills, to have to keep an eye on different personalities and all that, it can be a lot. But that's your job. It's what you're paid for. It's not what you have to do, it's what you get to do. And if you don't want to do it, then you should be doing something else. Not everybody is wired to be a bus driver. Not everybody is wired to work with children. And that's not a bad thing, because some people just do not have the patience or the temperament to work with kids. And there's nothing wrong with that. And being able to, to understand that these are going to be the leaders one day. And I remember when I was a teacher, there was a little girl who got busted for cheating. She was, when they would read they had like these reading packets, and you would read through a packet and then you'd get a star, and then you'd read through another packet and you get another star. Well, she was taking stars off other people's cards and putting them on hers as if she had completed the reading. And she got caught. And I mean, the lady who owned it was like up through kindergarten, but it was a Montessori school, but it was up through kindergarten. So by the time they went into first grade, they were fully reading. Our kindergartners were fully reading. Our preschoolers were fully reading. And so, but she got into a lot of trouble, and I saw her sitting on, one of the benches looking absolutely miserable because her mother was going to get called. And she was from one of my classes. I was like assisting in her class in the afternoon. So I went and sat down next to her, and she wouldn't even look at me. And I said, well, I heard it was a pretty tough morning. And she didn't say anything. And, I said, you know what? I apologize. And she looked up at me and she said, why are you saying you're sorry? You didn't do anything wrong. I said, yeah, I did. The thing that I did wrong was when you were struggling with reading, you didn't feel you could come and tell me. And something I said or something I did made it feel like it wasn't safe for you to come tell me that you were struggling and needed help. And I should be better than that. So I'm sorry. And she looked at me and she started to cry. And she, because she had reached a point where she was having trouble doing the reading, but they expected her to continue with the reading and all that other stuff. And I said, I think you learned something very important today, and it wasn't just reading. And maybe we can both be better. I said, I'll work on being a better teacher and listening, and maybe you can work on, practicing letting people know when you need help. Do you think we can both do that? And she nods. And she said, I'm going to get in trouble. I said, well, yeah, because when you break the rules, you get in trouble. That's the thing that we grown-ups call consequences. And now that you know, you're smarter. So every time you make a mistake, it makes you smarter. And so, I ended up talking with her mom. And, it was another case of like, she was embarrassed. It's like, okay, let's take it down. I said, she was really feeling overwhelmed. I said, have you ever felt overwhelmed? She goes, oh my God, I feel overwhelmed every day. I said, well, she's still learning how to handle when she gets overwhelmed. And I think this is actually a really good thing because now, first, we know that she needs help. And second, she can learn to be able to talk about when she needs help. So, I've been told before, it's like, wow, it's like you make a career of keeping kids from getting killed by their parents. It's like, no. It's important to remember that they're kids. I cannot expect adult behavior from children because they're still learning. They're still figuring it out. And each and every one of them has, as I tell them, you have greatness within you. And I think that even for adults, we need to hear that sometimes. We need to remind ourselves that our mistakes only make us smarter and wiser. That we learned more from the things we got wrong than the things we got right. We learned that nobody ever died from embarrassment. And ultimately, no matter how embarrassing a moment is for you, people forget it because other nonsense happens. I had one of my junior high school kids, well, they had to go to the bathroom and they weren't able to wait. And she was one of the last ones to drop off. And so she was sitting there in the seat right behind me and I could hear her. It's like, no, no. And, and I always have like sweatshirts that people leave. So I kind of reached behind me with the sweatshirt and I said, here, put this around your waist. And, some of there were two other girls and they're like coming up. And I said, hey, could you do me a favor and go make sure that nobody left anything in the back? Oh, okay. So that sent them to the back. And during that time, and she said, well, can you drop them off first and then drop me off? And I said, yes. So I went around and, I pulled up to, basically it was like around one block. So I pull up and I go, oh my gosh, I forgot your stop. All right, you two get out now and I'll come back around. I said, that's on me. I'm sorry. I wasn't focusing. I missed your stop. And she didn't say anything, but the look she gave me. And then as she got off the bus, she just said, thank you. And she didn't look at me. And, she got off the bus. And it was like, no, we're not going to bring this up again. And, because things happen that we get embarrassed. And in that moment, that's our entire world. But the thing is, the next day we wake up and there's other nonsense that people are having. Somebody else is going to do something more embarrassing than you. And to be able to forgive ourselves for those moments. And see, and that's one of those things that, when we think back to an embarrassing moment and we feel that cringe as if it's happening right then, because our brains do not separate a memory from what is happening now. Not initially, not until we bring conscious thought into it. And kids are still learning that. And I think that the kid in most adults, if they didn't learn it when they were kids, the kid inside every adult can still learn it. It's never too late to learn. It's never too late to grow. And as somebody who is very old, I've learned that, it's like, you know what? I still have a lot of growing to do. And I still have a lot of learning to do. And that's okay. If I make a mistake, the world didn't end. And tomorrow, nobody's going to care. Or maybe the day after tomorrow, but at some point, nobody's going to care about it. The only one who will still care about it is me. And, it's just life. It's a part of that process of figuring out who we are and who we want to be. And yeah, everybody would love to be able to, go through and not have to worry about making a mistake. But our mistakes make us more. If I am even remotely wise, it's because I have done a boatload of very dumb things, but I learned from them. And that's why, sometimes I go into the old person, like, well, back when I was young, I did this once. See, that's why old people do stories. It's like, and especially like with the Celtic tradition, that, it's, the Druidic tradition was all oral. You taught through stories. Indigenous traditions are usually you teach through stories or parables or fables or things like that. You were told things. And, one of my last grown-ups, I consider him my last grown-up, he's my Uncle Bob. And my Uncle Bob is almost 100 years old. And he is one of the most amazing people in this world. Because any problem that you came to him with, he had a story about it. And I went to him with a problem. And he heard me out. And he sat back and he said, that reminds me of this one time when your mother, and he would tell this story. And at the end of the story, whatever story he told, at the end of the story, he would say, you hear what I'm saying? And I knew that when he said that phrase, you hear what I'm saying, that means the solution to my problem was somewhere in the story, but it was up to me to find. And I mean, that is, I think, one of the most important things we can do for someone who is working through a problem. It's not to tell them what to do. It's not to say, oh, well, if you do this, everything will be fine, because you can't guarantee that. I couldn't even do that as a doctor. Like, oh, well, this is the one thing that'll cure everything. But to give someone the tools, the way my Uncle Bob, through his story, he gave me the tools. But it was up to me to find them. It was like a hidden treasure. And then I'd go and I'd think about it. And every single time that I thought about that story and really kind of went back over in my head, all of a sudden, I've got my answer. He gave it to me, but he hid it so that I would have to calm my brain down enough to get out of my fear. And also, the way he would tell the story, I would stop being afraid, because I would get into the story and I'd be listening to, well, what happened? Because he's an amazing storyteller. And I would be so into the story, I would stop being scared. And then when he gave that, you hear what I'm saying? It was, then it went into my left brain. It came out of the imaginative part of the brain into the analytical part of the brain. And it's like, okay, now I find the solution in there somewhere. I know it's in there somewhere. To bring it full circle, the emperor has no clothes. There's nothing more confidence inspiring than wearing your flaws in the open and accepting them for what they are. It makes you a better leader and leads to better outcomes in general if you can be honest with the people around you. Exactly. Don't pride yourself on any asset but your own. We could put up with a horse if it bragged of its beauty, but don't you see that when you boast of having a beautiful horse, you're taking credit for the horse's traits? Absolutely. What quality belongs to you? The intelligent use of impressions. If you use impressions as nature and Cridian prescribes, go ahead and indulge your pride, because then you will be celebrating a quality distinctly your own. Very cool. And that name I have a tough time pronouncing again. But yeah, I mean, and really that very much relates to parents and how much they put onto their kids. It's like, okay, my kids reflect me, and if my kids are acting out or being embarrassing or whatever, and that's how I'm going to be viewed. I'm going to be viewed as a bad parent based on how my child acts because they reflect me. It's like, no, they are going to be their own little human being who is figuring out how to exist in this world. They're really new at it. Oh my goodness, Big M Gaming rated with a party of three. Party of three, your table is ready. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's so nice to have you here. And Dragonfly Dreamer comes in. Dragonfly Dreamer, the one that the dragons all, or the dragonflies all dream about. See, Austin rated with a party of two. Oh my gosh. All right. My goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Look who's coming in the house. We have some of my wonderful Nameless Family fam coming in. Oh my goodness, Dragon Raid, D&D raid time. Yes. Oh my goodness, it's so good to see you. Oh my dear, how are you? What is up? What's the buzz? Tell me what's happening. It is so nice. Y'all, first off, we've got some heavy hitters coming into the game. Definitely. You want to. Hold on. Where you at? Oh my goodness. We've got Dragonfly Dreamer in the house. Y'all, make sure that you are following this absolutely. Dragonfly Dreamer. I love to play video games. I play games from first-person shooters to RPGs and everything in between. Absolutely stunning. Different artists. Dragonfly Dreamer is so cool because, they're always promoting, especially artists and stuff. And a member of my Nameless Family fam. It is so wonderful to see you, my dear. And we also have C. Austin. Costin. Yes. Bam. And you all want to make sure, level 51 gamer with a bad back since 2013. Had 3 surgeries. Had my most recent surgery, 2017. Yes, recovery. You cannot keep a good gamer down. Drive a school bus during the school year. Fist bump, high five. Big yellow bus. Yes. I drive a mother trucked school bus. Yes, I do. Everybody, go follow just for that sake alone. And we also have Big M Gaming in the house. Bam! Look at that, one of the Nameless Family fans. However, definitely safe place, and and these are all folks, they're gonna do safe place. You go into their streams, it's gonna be a safe place to go have fun. Dungeons and Dragons, Baldur's Gate, Beat Saber. Favorite song on Beat Saber, Pop Star by KDA. Oh my goodness gracious, great balls of fire. We have royalty in our presence today. Definitely go and check them out. How are y'all doing? It's so... We ended up going over the board with Love Train one night, so now it's on a button. D&D Raid! I have pride in my kids, not because of their accomplishments, but because I trusted them enough to make critical decisions on their own. Yeah. We didn't die today, so all is good! Yes! Living to fight another day. Aw, thank you. Hi there, IQ. Death Angel! Oh, goodness gracious, great balls of fire, y'all. We have Death Angel. Definitely teacher by day. See? Fist bump, high five, double fist bump, high five for teachers. Variety streamer by night, lover of horror, 80s and 90s nostalgia, making new friends. I really take games seriously. I'm here for laughs, good vibes, and the chaos. You got to enjoy the chaos. Come out, let's have some fun. Oh, make sure that you guys are checking out some of these, these streamers, because they are absolutely, chef's kiss. And these are streams that you can go to. These folks are just absolutely amazing. And you go into their streams, you're safe. These are folks who believe in making sure that, that they keep their spaces, where, you can come in, you can relax, you can have fun. But, they are really, really good at having the fun and still making sure that the playground is nice for everybody. We've been playing D&D for 3+ years as an NF group, and we always try to send it to the family when we're done. Oh, that is so sweet. Oh my goodness. And if any of y'all are into Dungeons and Dragons, you definitely need to make sure you're following this group. Oh, that is so sweet. It's just been, oh, so who do we have? Who in the fam do we have that I can raid? That thing is very good at Overwatch. Very fun to watch. Yes. Death Angel be doing the Overwatch. It is about, let's see. It's just, I love your about me. I'm Death Angel, teacher by day, streamer by night. Welcome to my channel. When I'm not wrangling minds in the classroom, I'm diving into all things retro, weird, and wonderfully chaotic. We were talking about some retro stuff today. Bell-bottom plaid pants. I'm a variety streamer with a love for horror movies, 80s and 90s nostalgia, and making connections that go beyond the screen. I rarely take competitive gaming seriously, expect more laughs than leaderboard placements, whether I'm cracking myself up, which happens a lot. Everybody gets cracked up. Or just vibing with chat. My goal is to make this a place where everyone feels welcome, entertained, and maybe just a little nostalgic. Come hang out and say hi. Definitely go hang out and say hi. Check out their Discords. And Dylan! Hello, Dylan. First off, I love that image. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, 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 pew. Nice. Oh, goodness. Jason Zebu. Alrighty. Oh, goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. And you guys came in just in time for me to end the stream. But that's meant for Jimmy's chat. My bad. Jay's like, boo. Oh, sorry. Meant for Jimmy's chat. My bad. Everybody say hi to Jay. Oh, goodness gracious. Bye. Best wishes. Bye, sweetheart. Wow. Called out Jay. Can I suggest a raid? Jay, please do. I would love that. That would be awesome sauce. Suggest a raid, Jay. Hey, Hey, the fly. Dara, wait a minute. Is that? Okay, so can we do the raid and the outro? Her's playing COD with us, going for affiliate. Oh, okay. We're gonna do a raid, so we won't do the stream ending song, but we will do a raid. And everybody, okay, hold on for the raid. I'll let you know when, because Jay, you're probably better at it than I am. But hold on. So everyone, he, not her, sorry. That's okay. He plays Jetta Bob in GTA RP. Call him Papa Ched Ched. So we are going to go and see Papa Ched Ched and help somebody out to move toward affiliate. Everybody, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you so much for, just being a part of Serenity Sunday. And I'll set up the raid. Okay, but hold on. Don't initiate it until we get all our stuff out. So have a wonderful rest of your day, wonderful rest of the week. Remember, we're doing midday, streams, the midday power hour, Monday through Friday. As soon as school ends, I will be streaming more. But in the meantime, just everybody, just know that you are loved, know that you are appreciated, know that you matter. And why? Because you are the only you in all the universe. You're the only you that's ever been and the only you that will ever be. Hold on, we go live. And what that does, that makes you special, it makes you sacred, and most of all, it makes you necessary. Because as the only you in all of the universe wouldn't be the same without you. So everyone have an amazing morning, afternoon, evening, or night. May you walk gently with the world. May the world walk gently with you. And as always, I wish you balance and I wish you blessings from my heart to yours. So everyone have a good day. Learn something new. I'm proud of you and I love you. All right, Jay, set up the raid. Go. Let's do this. Let's go visit somebody. do. Yeah, we usually have our outro song. Take care. Make an amazing week. Exactly. Go for it. Okay, I hit leave? Oh, do the outro. Yes. Okay, bye.